Need to order. The time now is 5:34 p.m. We'll start with a roll call and verification of quorum. Board member Paskey present. Mr. Wells.
Present.
All right. Let the record show that Ms. Haskey's present via teleconference at this time. I am present currently as board secretary. Board member Aspis.
Here.
And board member Montoya.
Present.
Let the record show that we have 4 board members present, 3 physically in person, and 1 that's online. Next up is regarding the board possible action. We'll proceed to the presentation of the Ed Tech Note and resolution possible action by Mr. Satania and Cuddy McCarthy Bond Counsel. You guys have the floor.
Which one do we have? 2 agendas here. Which one are we starting with first?
It appears that we're starting with the special meeting first, followed by the work session next.
Good evening, everyone.
Mr. Satania?
Yes.
My apologies. Mr. So, could you please acknowledge to the audience that this is the special meeting rather than it's just the work session, just for the record, please?
Sure. Just to clarify and for the record, we do have, we're starting tonight with the first part being we're starting with the special board meeting, followed by the work session afterwards.
Okay.
We're good. So we good?
Yeah.
Good to
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson, and public members. Thank you. My name is Dominic Satania. I'm the finance director, and we are here. Yes.
I do have a question on the legality. I don't know if I seen it advertised as a special meeting before, just the work session.
It was.
It was.
It was
It was.
on the website too?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm here today, and we're at a juncture where we've brought the final resolution for approval for the Ed Tech Note. And one of the things that I wanted to do is I wanted to introduce you to our municipal bond advisor that has been supporting us along the way in this process, and for them to provide history to how we got here and what is important about today's vote. So with that, I'd like to bring up Mr. Brad Angst and Nicholas Kane from Stiefel. Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dominic. Members of the board, good to be with you. For the record, Brad Angst, Stiefel Public Finance. I serve as managing director, and I'm joined by my colleague, Nick Kane, a vice president with Stiefel Public Finance as well. Happy to be with you. I'm glad we could come out here to introduce ourselves in person. We've seen some of you at the conferences over the years, and it's good to be here with you in person. As Mr. Satania said, we're here for the culmination, the final step in Ed Tech Note. We've been working over several months with staff, with the NMFA to structure and put together this Ed Tech Note. It began with some approvals from you all for applications to the NMFA, and ultimately we wanted to present the final structure and interest rates to you this evening. My colleague Nick Kane is going to take you through that process here real quick.
Thank you all for having us this evening. So this process began back in May at your school board meeting when you approved the NMFA application resolution. That was allowing Stiefel and staff to begin pursuing the EdTech placement with the New Mexico Finance Authority. And then in July, the New Mexico Finance Authority board did their review of the school district, went to their board meeting for approval. The NMFA ultimately did approve it, and then the week after that, you guys also met to have, or actually the same day, excuse me, you guys met to have the necessity resolution approved by you all met to approve the necessity resolution at the end of July, which was basically starting a clock for 3 to 4 weeks where there was notice of the special meeting put in the Albuquerque Journal to let members of the public know that the board was considering this action tonight. At the end of July, we met with the NMFA to lock in the district's interest rates, and we're proud to report you guys did get a very competitive interest rate from the New Mexico Finance Authority. The total rate is 2.48%. That's over a 4-year term. 100% of the loan proceeds are tax exempt based off of the projects that you all submitted, and that part of what drives a competitive rate that you saw. So tonight is really the final step where you are all approving those terms of the loan and moving to finalize it. If you guys do approve the resolutions tonight, we'll move forward with closing the transaction, and then the district will have your money September 19th.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. So 2.48%. Again, y'all are eligible for tax exempt borrowing. That's a very low interest rate. I think you may see mortgage rates today, right? Those are 6-7%, or a loan from the bank even is up that high too. So you have access to some cheaper money because you're a school district, but this was a really good result that we're pleased with. So in addition to that 2.48% within your ed tech resolutions and other documents that you'll be considering, it has that final payment and structure. But we've paired this with a plan of finance that we've been working closely with staff on, and that plan of finance helps set your mill levy so that it stays level, but it also gives you some opportunities with PSFA so that you can get additional state matching funds on future projects. So this ed tech note had a lot of work that went into it, but it has other implications that are going to help. That's going to help the school district moving forward as well. But with that, I think we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Again, this is just the final step in locking in that interest rate and getting approval.
Questions, board members?
Okay, everything that you said, can you dumb it down? I'm not
Yes, ma'am.
in that field.
Absolutely.
And also, you're talking about terms and conditions like we have read through, and I don't think we have, but I'm wondering, our board lawyer, were you able to look at those terms and conditions?
Board Member Aspis and board members, I have worked closely with our finance director on this, and as I discussed at the last meeting that this was discussed, I did write a memo in support of the transaction. So yes, I'm comfortable with it. Thank you for asking.
Okay, so just because it was thrown out there, that's what I was wanting to know. And also, yeah, do you have a more
Yeah.
in Navajo? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, can you?
I think I know what you're looking for. So the interest rate, right? That's a 2.48%. So y'all are borrowing $5 million to purchase technology equipment, computers, and other equipment here for district use. In order to borrow that $5 million, you're going to pay 2.48% interest on that over a 4-year period. And so the repayment on that $5 million will be $5.2 million because there's about $200,000 of interest that is going to be collected that matches up with that 2.48% interest rate. So that's the terms of this debt obligation. So that's written into all your documentation. The other aspect and item that I said was your plan of finance and your mill levy. So we structured your repayment so it's 4 years. The first year's payment is set so that your mill levy, which is the tax rate, property tax rate, stays level with where it's been in the past. There's a little bit of fluctuation in there,
How
for-
little?
It's going up 0.8 of 1 mil. And that was done intentionally in order to have access to additional state funding. And that was presented in the prior board meetings as well, in working with staff and this board.
May I ask, what does that equate to? Because in my district that I represent, we're dealing with the property taxes. And so I'm wondering, I forgot his name. Our financial director. Satania. Do you have an idea of what that equates to, that 0.8? Like, maybe give an example of one's property tax?
I can provide that.
Okay.
So it's $26.40 on a $100,000 home value. And so if you look on a monthly basis, it's about $2.20 a month if you're making your house payment. If your property taxes are included in a home payment on a monthly basis, you'd have a $2.20 difference.
Okay, yes, well, thank you for that.
Yes.
And as I said, you know, I'm in the district that deals with property tax, and then I just learned that we have lost some students at the beginning of the year, and which equates to over $2 million. So this whole thing that we have set up, are we still able to?
This money is separate from your operational dollars and your operational budget. It will not affect your operational budget, these dollars. That money comes from the state through SEG money.
Okay.
This is locally provided through property tax. So the state says that they'll provide you for operational dollars, for dollars to the classroom, but they say the local community is who has to take care of your buildings, facilities, furniture, equipment, technology. So it falls to the local.
SB9 money.
SB9 helps with capital maintenance as well. Yes, sir.
Okay, your services, are they on CES? Did we use that with their services? Are you a part of that?
We are not in CES. Professional financial services are outside of that.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess the only, not really a question, but a comment is, obviously the interest rate is extremely low. It's better than your corner loan shark.
Yes, sir.
And for that, I truly appreciate it, because that puts obviously a less of a burden on the property tax owners that we have limited within the district in and of itself. So I appreciate Ms. Aspas asking those questions. Thank you.
Us as well.
Just to clarify, so this current bond offering would keep our property tax rates pretty much the same. Is that fair to say? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was actually doing some research as far as like what the national bond rating or the interest rates are. It shows like a 10-year maturity bond has at least a rate of 3.3%, and that appears to be much higher than the current rate that we're offering. Correct?
That's correct.
Did you say it was 2.48%?
You're at a 2.48. Yes, sir. So lower than a average for a 10-year. And part of that, it's a couple of reasons to that. So you're borrowing for a shorter term. So because y'all are funding technology and computers, you don't want to do a long-term financing for that type of equipment. You don't want to be paying for that equipment after you're done using it. And computers, only last 3 to 5 years. So because you're shorter, you're able to access a little bit cheaper money. The short end is cheaper. The other advantage is working with the NMFA because they're a bigger agency. they actually subsidize the interest rates a little bit. And we're able to take, to use that program to help pass those savings to you.
Thank you.
Any more questions, comments? All right, thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and proceed with the resolution. Is that document provided? Because I think we have to take a, all right.
So the motion that we're looking to approve is a motion to approve the resolution authorizing a lease purchase agreement, a motion to approve the lease purchase agreement, and a motion to approve the escrow agreement as presented. So
Okay.
it can be three motions, or if you'd like to put it in one, that
And-
was what needs to be accomplished today.
May I?
Sure, Ms. Aspis.
So this is all with this whole thing, all these that when you're asking.
It's all tied together.
It's all tied together,
Okay.
yes. It's the final step to move forward. As stated, we would receive our money in September.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'll make a motion to accept the resolution and the agreements as stated.
Okay, so the motion to clarify is to approve items B, C, and D.
Correct.
And that's the resolution regarding the lease purchase agreement. And then it appears to be the lease purchase agreement itself. And the last is the escrow agreement.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So we have a motion by Board Member Montoya to approve those three items. Is there a second?
I second.
We have a second by Ms. Aspis. Do we have any further discussion on these items, board members?
No, I do not.
Hold on, let me read this. Okay, I do want to ask a question. So, the last, you know, and it wasn't exactly on this or this type of transaction, but before we have paid off early, and then I asked, you know, what kind of savings did we get? And they said none. So I'm wondering, you said it was a four-year, and so I'm wondering if we happen to find oil or gold and pay it off, are we able to? And then there's any savings from that 200,000?
So because it's a shorter maturity or final payment of 4-year, there is not a early prepayment option on this, what we call a call option. However, if you were to find oil and had excess cash available, you can set aside that money. You could invest that money in order to offset some of your cost. So because of the short-term nature of it, there is not a prepayment option on this type of debt obligation and note. Some of your other GO bonds, your general obligation bonds that are longer, those have call options or a prepayment option available. And we'll be back with you probably next month to discuss some of those type of scenarios.
Well, I just look at it because, I mean, we're all consumers, and we all do banking transactions, loans, and so I would have thought, you know, there would be that option, and I mean, I only asked that question mainly because, you know, the state of our district.
Right. Yeah, this is a pretty standard within the bond markets and municipal markets. There are a standard prepayment option is usually when a loan or a bond is 10 years or longer.
So So is it just standard within your company or the business, or?
No,
Is
it's,
it a state statute, or?
it's not state statute. There's options, actually. If you wanted to have a prepayment option, from day one, let's say after you close, you want to be able to prepay, you would have to pay a higher interest rate. So in return for having that flexibility, the lender is going to charge you a
So we
higher
still
interest rate.
pay.
They want to, by providing a loan or an investment in the school district, they want to make sure they get a little bit in return. In this case, it's 2.48%.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any more questions or comments? If there are none, we'll go ahead and proceed with the vote. Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis?
Yes.
Board President Haskey, are you online? How do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Board Member Wells, are you online? How do you vote? I will vote in the affirmative, yes. With that, the vote is, all these items are approved with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and no abstentions. Thank you. We're down to adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn the special school board meeting? Motion by Mr. Montoya. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Aspis. I'll proceed with the roll call vote. Mr. Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Mr. Wells, how do you vote? Is he online? And I vote yes, so we're, the vote to adjourn this meeting, this part is a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, no abstentions. And the time is 5:56 p.m. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So break.
You can jump right in.
5-minute break.
Let's spend some money.
Do you need one?
No.
Okay, I'm just clarifying.
We just got started.
Is that to say we're on a roll?
Okay, we're now on to the work session for today. I'll go call the meeting to order, make sure that we have quorum. Mr. Montoya, are you present?
Present.
Ms. Aspis, are you present?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis, are you present? Or Ms. Haskey, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Wells, are you present for the work session? I don't see him online. And I'm present.
He's on.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, but I don't know what's going on.
Mr. Wells? Okay, and I'm present, so we have four board members for this meeting. 3 in person, 1 that's online or virtual. Next up is reports, number 2. First up is the Panorama New Mexico PED survey. Mr. Deswood and Ms. Conley.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Carlson, colleagues, and the public. We are here to present the New Mexico Public Education Department Student Wellbeing and Competency Survey, which we refer to as the Panorama Survey. First, I'm just going to give a little background. This is formally known as the Youth Forward and Quality of Ed Survey. NMPED has conducted this survey since at least 2008. And it also covers the NMAC 61268 and 62917. So the purpose of this survey, it's provided by NMPED to help support districts in social emotional learning, act on data and plan solutions at the school, classroom, and individual student levels, understand differences among student experiences to proactively, thank you, create support structures, view and understand SEL data alongside academic, behavior, and attendance data to develop interventions that support the whole student. Logistics. All students grades 3 through 12 are required to take this survey. Staff and families opt in. The survey was given April 7th through May 2nd, and it was all online. PED provides data inquiry and action planning workshops, playbook of SEL resources, and ongoing PED support.
Can you, SEL?
Social emotional learning.
Social emotional learning. Our response rate, 90% of students completed this survey, 254 family responses, and 406 staff and teacher responses. The topics surveyed were school climate, school safety, well-being, educating all students, professional learning, barriers to engagement, and background questions. So our first category, grades 3 through 5, we received 780 responses. Our first topic is school climate. Percent favorable is 61%. Compared to NMPED, the rest of the state was at 55%, so we were 6 points higher than the state. And the change since the fall survey, we increased 3.
Secretary, I have a question.
Okay, Mr. Montoya?
So is that all they ask, is school climate, or is there anything else?
No, there's like 10 questions they ask. So I don't have all the questions right here for every survey and topic, but I can provide those.
If you would, please, I'd like to see that and
Yep.
how they ask those questions. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. School safety, 59% favorable. It was the exact same as the state average, and we increased 3%. Grades 6 through 12, 2,321 responses. School safety, 60% favorable. We were 7 points higher than the state, which they had 53%, and we increased 1 from the fall of 2024. School climate, 36%. The state was 1 point above us at 37%, and we decreased 1% from the fall. Grades 3 through 5, 809 responses. Self-management, 60% favorable. The state was at 69%, so we were 9 points lower than the state. And changes since fall of 2024, we increased 2. Sense of belonging, 58% favorable. The state was at 61, and we increased 2 from the fall. Self-efficacy, 44%. Compared to the state, they had 51%, and we increased 2 from the fall. Grades 6 through 12, 2,348 responses. Self-management, 66% favorable. The state was at 67%, and no change since the fall. Sense of belonging, 41% favorable. The state was at 44%, and we decreased 1%. Self-efficacy, 39% favorable, decreased 1% from the state, which was at 40%, and we increased 3 from our fall results. This is staff responses, 186. Topic is well-being, 72% favorable. The state was at 70, and we increased 4 from the fall. School climate, 58% favorable. The state was exactly the same, 58%, and we increased 3 from the fall. Professional learning, 52% favorable. The state was also at 52%, and we increased 2 from the fall. Teacher, 220 responses. Topic, educating all students, 72% favorable. The state was at 75%, and we decreased 1 from the fall.
How many teachers do we have?
Roughly
430.
430.
And what about staff?
We have a total of about almost 900.
So only
So
about 25%, right?
186 responses out of 900?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. So that's like school staff other than teachers.
Yeah. Okay. And so with them not responding that way, how's that factored in?
It just didn't capture their responses. Like Amy said, the survey was sent out to staff, and it was up to them if they wanted to complete it. It wasn't mandatory for them to complete it. It was an opt-in.
But this is PED's survey.
It is, but we sent it. Amy sent it out to schools. Schools sent it out to their staff to complete and students.
Is that number shared? I mean, when, oh, may I speak?
Go right ahead.
So is that number shared when you do send it in? Like for the staff, you have 900 in the district, but only 186 responded. Is that known to PED? Because to me, we go there on conferences, we go, meet with them here and there. Legislatures look at those reports, committees, and yet they see 72% well-being as far as staff, school climate at 58%, thinking that all is well. And yet you only have a fraction of 900 possible responses.
And that's correct. And I think that's part of it too, is we sent multiple emails out saying that we had certain schools that had low participation. So we can send emails out to principals encouraging staff to increase those numbers. Keep in mind, I was trying to find Tanya. I think school staff is about right around 400, 500 staff. So the teachers, 220 responded, but the other are like EAs and other staff within the school that responded to that survey. So if you think about it, what is that? 200, almost 400 staff responded. That includes EAs and then teachers as well.
You just said that was separate.
Well, yeah, they have them separate on here, but whenever the survey is given, they have to identify themselves as a teacher and then other staff.
Okay, and then even with the teachers, 220 responses out of possible 430, and then you have numbers there like 72% educating all students, well-being 66%, professional learning at half, 54, and then yet you don't have the other half of the responses. And to me, I just feel like, and it's sad that you have legislatures, committees that all they do is take a survey and that's all they do is look at numbers, and yet don't ask those questions. And then I'm wondering where does CCSD have a chance to say, oh, we have 430 teachers, but we only got 220 responses? Because things are not well. I mean, to me, I just see in social media that, they're questioning. We had, people moved around and then yet more spots are created, more positions, and I wonder what is going on. So, that's what I'm looking at. And even our students, what's our student How many students do we have?
About 4,400.
Yeah. And, you know, I've been to those committee meetings. I've seen their passion. And I think that needs to be noted before it's sent there, that how many we do have and how many is lacking. Thank you.
Teacher, 220 responses. Educating all students, 72% favorable of the 220. The state was at 75 and we decreased 1. Well-being was at 66%. The state was at 68 and we decreased 2. School climate, 58% favorable. The state had 60% favorable and we decreased 6. Professional learning, 54% favorable. The state had 53% and we decreased 1. Family responses, we received 254. Barriers to engagement, 71% favorable. The state was at 76. No change from the fall. School climate, 61%. The state was at 57%, and there was no change from our fall results. School safety, 58%. The state was at 65%, and we increased 2 from the fall. Questions?
Yes, I have another question.
Okay,
Yeah.
go, sure.
So, when, these are not even all the topics, right? You only took a sample,
No, these are all the topics.
they are?
Yes.
So, yeah, I was gonna ask the question of which one was the highest percentage and which one was the lowest percentage on the questions given to each one. But I guess those were all of them, huh?
Yeah, well-being for staff is at 72. Yeah, 4% increase, and then educating all students for teachers was at 72 as well. Students was well-being 6 through 12, 3% increase.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Montoya?
Thank you. So how is the district going to use these numbers or these responses?
Perfect. Thank you for that question. So I was just supporting one of our schools, and they're using this data for school culture. So they're going to write it in their 90-day plan. So they look at their numbers from this past year, and then they're writing a goal, let's say was 66%. Then they'll say, well, we're going to try to shoot, 10%. So we'll try to shoot for 76. So they're writing it in their 90-day plan goals. The school that I was working with, they were saying that I think it was student well-being, and when they looked at their root cause analysis, one of the things that it said was that they just weren't providing or engaging students in the community in enough celebrations to celebrate what was positive in the school. So they looked at like music and some other areas instead of just attendance and like AB honor roll. What they were looking at other areas to celebrate with kids bringing them all together and having an assembly.
Okay, the other one I have is when they talk about the SEL and then utilizing this panorama questionnaire and taking that data and applying it, again, as you're saying, into the buildings, isn't a lot of that addressed even through the MLSS? And not only that, with those 5 core competencies of self-awareness and self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, responsibility, and decision-making, those are all embedded in the PEDS, I guess, guidance for curriculum, as it were, not specifically to the MLSS, but throughout the state and what they provide and support. So is this directly connected to that? Is this support of that? Is it supplanting this? Is it a redundancy? How is it actually being used?
It is directly tied to it. They have something called a playbook in the Panorama survey platform itself. So it provides hundreds of interactive lesson plans, activities that align directly with the surveys and MLSS. So I believe 1,100 of them. So those are for teachers and staff to use to help increase their percent favorable. So do you have anything to add?
Yeah, very similar. They really align it, like if you look at the strategic plan for the state of New Mexico, this is how they're keeping score of where they are to see if they've improved any of these areas. So it's definitely aligned to the Public Education Department's strategic plan.
One of the questions I would have, even if the state puts that out there, is how many of these teachers are even utilizing those tools, or are they even contemplating utilizing these tools? Because again, we've talked about this before about teacher efficacy. And one of the things that I'm looking at here is, which to me is concerning, is when they talked about the student efficacy. Grades 3 through 5th, do they fully understand what the question means? 44%. And then at the high school, it's even lower, it's at 39%. So with all that the state is doing or asking to be done at the district level, building level, classroom level, there's obviously something missing in order for those numbers to be low. But if you look at the, not too long ago, I was looking at a survey of the Native American, Alaskan Native populations in education, and the surveys that they were having, those two numbers are in line with how they see themselves. That sense of belonging, that efficacy is low, especially for the Native American students. But who and what is driving that number, or who and what is not driving that number up to develop that efficacy and that sense of belonging? Because that should be done in the school and in the building. And again, along with the principals, the superintendent, and quite frankly, I've said this before, this board here has to take some responsibility to that. But to me, that's a little disconcerting that those numbers are where they are, in spite of all the guidance that is being put out there.
Yeah, that is correct. And I think that's part of the reason why we're sharing this data, so that you all are a part of the process to identify where we can make changes, where we can do better. Let me just give another example. So this is school climate, right? So all you're seeing is the aggregate of multiple questions. So this particular one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions to come up with that percentage that's favorable. So here's an example of a question. How positive or negative is the mood at your school? Okay, which by the way, we increased 3% from the fall. The second question is, how fair are the rules at the school? We did increase 1%. How often do your teachers seem excited to be teaching your classes? That was an increase of 7 percentage points from the fall. How well do students follow the rules at your school? That was an increase in 2%. The last question is, how clean is the building where you go to school? That was an increase in 4%. So every one of those items that we presented, each of them have sub-questions to arrive at that aggregate number. But what will happen here, for example, like I see how well do students follow your school rules? It was 37% favorable. So as a principal, we would need to look into that a little bit more, saying, okay, are we not equitably applying the school rules? Are we playing favorites with kids and letting some kids get away with some of the rules? So then we would need to do further analysis to find out, why are we scoring so low? So if I was a principal, this would definitely be a goal on the 90-day plan, because it's 37%. By the way, this is district-wide as well. So those are some of the things that we're looking at.
Okay, I appreciate that answer, because that's why I asked if there was a breakdown to it, if that was just the general question that was being asked, because there has to be some other data points that you're getting out of it in order to arrive at that percentage. One of the other things, the last thing I'll say about this is in respects to what we've been doing over the past few years regarding safety, especially not just at the schools, but district-wide in relationship to the Navajo Nation and all the positive things that are coming out. I think the general consensus of the public is not fully aware of that. So, and if the community doesn't know, the students really don't know to what extent the district has gone above and beyond to provide a very safe climate. Now, granted, again, it's a mitigation process and you can't stop every event. However, we're doing what we can as a district to try to mitigate that. And I think we need to do a much better job at putting that out to the community so these people know, the families know, and the students know that we are truly going above and beyond to bolster the safety within the school district.
I can share one data point on safety that stood out to me. Now, this was on the family survey. How often do you worry about violence at your child's school? We were at 49%, but we increased 10% from just the fall. Another question, if a student is bullied at your child's school, how difficult is it for him or her to get help from an adult? We increased 1% on that one. We're at 49. How likely is it that someone from your child's school will bully him or her online? That was 57%. We decreased 2 from the fall. Overall, how unsafe does your child feel at school? 69% favorable, and we increased 4.
So,
Go ahead.
Sure, Ms. Aspis?
sorry. So when was this survey taken?
So it's given in the fall, so we can do a comparison to end of the year.
So it was
So-
last fall?
We take it twice a year. We take it in the fall, and the results from tonight are we took it April 7th through May 2nd, and we will take it again this fall. So twice a year.
Okay, that's before the cell phone thing.
Yes,
Okay.
so our scores might change though.
I would think, I know as a parent, I would. I think, I don't think we should have done that. We should have let them keep their phones. Also, can you, since you're giving examples of questions, can you give me a question on grades 3 and 5 and grades 6 and 12? On school safety.
Okay.
I was actually about to ask the same question somewhat because it looks like one of the red flags is grades 6 through 12 on school climate where it's a low 36%. So that tells me that there's something going on where school climate is rated very low at 36% by students.
Okay, I can start with grades 3 through 5. How often are people disrespectful to others at your school? 36% favorable, and we increased 3 from the fall. How often do students get into physical fights at your school? 78%, increase from 4 in the fall. How likely is it that someone from your school will bully you online? 76%, increased 3 from the fall. How often do you worry about violence at your school? 54%, increase of 6 from the fall. If a student is bullied in school, how difficult is it for him or her to get help from an adult? 53%, and that was an increase of 2 from the fall. That's grades 3 through 5.
And I'll do 6 through 12. So this again is school climate. So how positive or negative is the mood at your school? 51% favorable, increase 2%. How fair are the rules at the school? 33%, but it was a decrease 3%. How often do your teachers seem excited to be teaching your classes? This was 37%, no change. How well do students follow the rules at your school? 16% responded favorably, and then there was a decrease 1%. The last question states, how clean is the building where you go to school? 42% responded favorably, which was a decrease in 2%.
I mean,
Sure, go ahead.
so if, my thought on school safety, as an adult, is quite different than what you just read, you know, from grades 3 and 5 and grades 6 and, or 6 through 12. Some of them, I think just to the 6th grade, but, you know, for me, school safety, I'm looking at, you know, the reaction, police reaction, you know, along those lines, that's what I'm looking at, and the response and security, is security visible? Those are the things that I'm looking at. And but from, you know, grades 3 and 5, and then even some parents, you know, a lot of them, if they really knew the process of Navajo Nation police, I think they would be so surprised, and a lot of them don't know. And those of us that do, we would rate it low, and that's why I didn't want, I didn't agree with the cell phone policy.
So I read you school climate. You want me to read you the safety ones for school safety for 6 through 12?
Just a few examples.
Okay. So how often are people disrespectful to others in your school? 37 favorable, increase in 1. How often do students get in physical fights at your school? 74% favorable, increase in 1%. How likely is someone from your school, how likely is it that someone from your school will bully you online? 72 responded favorably, no change. How often do you worry about violence at your school? 69% favorable, increase 6%. If a student is bullied in your school, how difficult is it for him, her to get help from an adult? 50% favorable, increase 3%. At your school, how unfairly do the adults treat the students? 58 responded favorably, which was a decrease in 2%.
Yeah, one of the, probably in the last points based on the data. So I understand like all this is aggregate with the district as a whole. Do you have to break down by school? Because I'm sure that tells you a whole different story. And with that said, are there like stark differences that you've seen at schools that, to at least to us or to you as administrators, are red flags that require attention? Because out of all the stuff, the academics, this and that, how I see the survey pile into how it relates to all the stuff we're trying to do is how do we improve the culture, climate in schools where students feel welcome, where they feel safe, that this is a place that they want to come to be and learn. And if they're red flags, so hopefully this information translates into the other places as far as like something actionable that needs to happen at our schools. Because a lot of the stuff also ties into the next part of our report, which in some respects goes back to enrollment. Because if parents don't feel that this school is doing what they can for their kids, they're going to send them off someplace else. So that's to me, that's kind of the other big piece that we're looking at as well.
Question. So with the request of the breakdown of the questions for the, can we get that from school location as well? Thank you.
I have another question.
Okay.
So on the, you mentioned that the 90-day plan is used, or the survey is used for that 90-day plan. When is that shared with the teachers before?
90-day plans, yes, once they're approved,
No, I mean,
the plans or the
When-
data?
the survey itself. and-
The panorama data?
Yeah,
Yeah, it should be shared with schools so that schools and teachers and staff know what it looks like.
no, I'm asking, like, when they come with the survey to the teachers, do they say once you take this survey, this is the principal, I'm gonna use this as part of the 90-day plan, or this is what it's gonna be used for.
Yeah.
And maybe then we wouldn't have, you know, just 200 and something responses. Maybe we would have all of them, because now it looks like the 90-day plan is based on these 220 people. So I'm wondering, is that said before? Do they know?
So are you asking if teachers know that the data that's collected from Panorama will be used in the 90-day plan? That's a good question. It depends how open a principal is with the data. I mean, like I said, it's used as an indicator, as a data point for Panorama data, is used as a data point to like Mr. Momoseco almost called you doctor. But like Mr. Montoya said, like teacher efficacy, like you can look at it, that data, to help you make decisions for how to support teachers. So is it used, is it communicated? Could it be communicated better? Yes.
I do know that there are principals that share this with their staff, because I've been asked, can you give teachers access to this platform? Unfortunately, I'm not the one that gives the access to the platform. They have to fill out a form to submit to the state to get access. But I do know that all principals have that ability, and they've asked me to print reports for them, share reports. So I know they are sharing that information with their staff.
Okay, I don't know how the board feels, but I feel like perhaps maybe a sign-in sheet for the teachers to, if they opt out, then they give an initial. I don't, you know, so that we know.
Yes, they do have sign-in sheets for their meetings.
I mean, saying that what I just asked about, do they know that this information is going into the 90-day plan structure? So maybe more, if they knew beforehand, maybe more would be reflected in a higher number of responses.
I guess if we required teachers to complete the survey, Ms. Conley had shared on here that it is an opt-in for teachers and staff and parents. I don't know if we want to make that mandatory for teachers to complete the survey. I mean, I know we send several reminders to the principals that, you know, there's 5 teachers that have responded. Please send it out to your staff.
I do know of one school that noted they did go down the list and make sure every staff member responded, and that was down south. So, and that's just because she told me that. So,
I mean, I don't want to know if they opted out or in. I just want to know if the principal told them what you said here in the boardroom, that the survey is used as the 90-day.
So it can be. There's many different data points that a school can use to, progress monitor if they're improving. So it's kind of, it depends on the data that they're needing to show growth. So, for example, if it's school culture that the school is working on, and the leadership team identified a root cause for students not being excited, or engagement is low, maybe that could be one data point, as well as walkthroughs, teacher walkthroughs. There's a number of, it depends on the leadership team and the data points that they select to show growth or track.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think it's important to have this data, because if you start to, like, how do I say this, require people to fill this out and demand that it's done, then you'll probably get a different set of data points and outcomes. But if you have people that volunteer this information voluntarily, they're going to give you, I would think, a much more open, honest, candid response rather than being compelled to provide a report. Especially if they start to realize that this could be used in a negative manner. But how I see this is more of a tool that's used to drive improvement, and that's probably the bottom end goal and result, is to make improvements rather than use it as the way it potentially could be perceived as punitive or negative. I see this as improvement. It's trying to use data from different elements and data capture points.
May I? So, Superintendent Carlson, to me, I feel like, if it was just a survey back to PED, but when it's said here that they're using it to set up 90-day plan, then I would think you're a principal of a whole school, and don't you want to be on the same level? Don't you want to be working together? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking, and I'm just wondering from the principals, and is it shared? Is that information given so that we have, maybe next time we have more responses?
I think that's,
And they don't feel, that they're mandated or whatever, that they're actually contributing to setting up this 90-day plan.
and that's a great point, and that's something that I think most principals are doing and are directed to do. When I was a principal, I would let them know, we're going to be sharing this. This is going to be important data for us. Again, one of the most important points that Mr. Deswood made is that some schools probably didn't use it at all because they were really focused on test scores. It is one of the data points, and especially if you have some low numbers, Mr. Deswood works with the principals to look at all these data to say, this is something we have to work on in this school. And as like they mentioned before, we have some schools whose numbers are much higher than other schools. And so it's real important for, you're gonna see that, all of those data as well. And it's real important to know that those schools that are, especially the ones that are a little bit lower in different areas, like if you mentioned safety, if there's a school where most students feel unsafe or teachers feel unsafe, they're gonna really address that particular, make a goal for that, the answers to those questions, so.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, okay. Ms. Haskey, do you want to go ahead, take over?
I can. We are in still in reports A, correct?
We're in B.
Okay, we're in B. Thank you. Just B, district enrollment update by Ms. Conley.
Good evening again, Board, Superintendent Carlson, colleagues, and others at home. Mr. Badbaden and I are here to present the enrollment data for this school year. I'll turn it over to Mr. B.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Board President Hosky, Vice President Wells, Secretary So, Board Member Aspas, Board Member Montoya, Superintendent Carlson, members of the community, good evening. Tonight, I will present an overview of our current student population for 2025-2026 school year. Let's start with Head Start. By the way, this data was captured on Monday, August 11, 2025. Head Start, we have 5. Kirtland Elementary School, 362. Judah Nelson Elementary, 419. Oho Elementary, 269. Naschiri Elementary, 81. Newcomb Elementary School, 188. Eva B. Stokely, 230. Mesa Elementary, 245. Nijoni, 234. KMS, Kirtland Middle School, 378. Civita Middle School, 225. Newcomb Middle School, 88. Kerr Prep High School, 120. Kirtland Central High School, 715. Shiprock High School, 450. Newcomb High School, 207. Overall, our district has 4,245 at the beginning of this school year. The next slide, please. The next slide is a comparison of our student population from the end of the year, last year, and beginning of the year, this school year. Kerr Prep High School, we have 99 last May. Currently, we have 120. It's an increase of 21 students. Eva B. Stokely, 209 last May. Currently, 230, and it is an increase of 21. Judy Nelson Elementary, 469 last May. Currently 419. It is a decrease of 50. Kirtland Central High School, 724 last May and 750 today, a decrease of 9. Kirtland Elementary School, 384 and currently 362, a decrease of 22. Kirtland Middle School, 354 last May, and currently 378. It is an increase of 24. Mesa Elementary, 227 last May, 245 this school year. It is an increase of 18. Naschiti Elementary, 78. Currently 81, an increase of 3. Newcomb Elementary School, 162, currently 188, an increase of 26. Newcomb High School, 226 last May, currently 207, with a decrease of 19. Nijoni Elementary, 226 last May, currently 234, an increase of 8. Newcomb Middle School, 127 last May, 88 currently, an increase of 39, a decrease of 39, I should say. But keep in mind, 6 grades from the area schools, elementary schools, Naschiti and Newcomb L retained their 6th grade. So Newcomb Med decrease of 39. Oho Elementary, 275 last May, 269 currently, a decrease of 6. Shiprock High School, 475, currently 450, with a decrease of 25 students. TBA, 373 last May, currently 225, and down with 48. And the same as through the 6th grade went to Mesa, Eva B, and Nijoni. In the data department, we have created an enrollment school wherein new students will be placed. Not until all the requirements are done, then we have to move them to the schools. Currently, we have 29 students in the enrollment school. For Head Start, we have 13 last May and currently 5, a decrease of 8. Grand total or CCSD last May has 4,423 and currently 4,245. down by 178. That is a comparison report of our enrollment last May and this August.
Board members, do
there
you have any questions?
Comment.
Go ahead.
Looking at those numbers, that's a loss of 178 students at the end of last year. And doing a basic calculation of $14,000 on the conservative side, that comes out to about $2.5 million loss to the district with those students. That's, out of all honesty, will we be able to recover? I know the numbers are going to fluctuate. They always do. They may increase slightly, but are we going to cover that 178 students? Probably not. So again, I revert back to what I've said before in the past about what are we going to do as a district to, one, stop the bleeding, two, improve the conditions of the schools, and to Mr. Stowe's point earlier, when we look at that survey, truly looking at it and digging into it and what can we do to enhance and improve to bolster those numbers. We're hamstrung, granted, especially out here on the reservation with the lack of economic development to keep families here. So as an educational institution, we are going to have to look at ways to improve the education for these kids. And again, it's very disconcerting to me when you look at TBA, 148 students.
It's about a 40% drop.
Let that sink in.
I'd like to add something. I think the numbers are a little skewed because remember the sixth graders are now with the elementary school, with the elementary students, and that was decided last school year. So elementary includes sixth grade now, and it's 7th and 8th grade for the middle school. So
Understanding that, but again, the totality of that number and that drop, even at the high school, Shiprock High School lost 25 kids. That's when you have a student population of over 400.
Yeah.
Every body counts in respects to being able to provide opportunity to these kids. So, the point is well taken in respects to the shift. However, again, as a district, we certainly need to readjust and reconfigure what we're going to do to improve that education. Thank you.
Mr. Wells? Okay. Ms. Aspis?
So was this the new math or the old math?
New York engaged.
I'm wondering, I know it's gonna take time and hopefully not a lot of money, but I'm wondering to find out, why. If something can be sent out and find out why. Or do we just swallow that number and just continue on? We already know that. That's why I went off on that survey, because not all is well, and when people see percentages, I've been to those committee meetings and they don't dive in. They don't. So I think a whole lot of it too is a lot of us, we attend conferences, we're out in the public, but we're not expressing, we're not standing up and expressing what we need to. And I've been to ASBO, and I really didn't see any participation from our district, and it needs to start happening, because as I said during one pep rally, you know, who's all gonna be impacted by San Juan generating? And that was some years ago, and hardly anybody stood up. And it was probably about maybe 3, 5, I don't know, but we should have all been standing, because it does impact all of us. And even, we just had a reclamation celebration where land was given back to the chapter at Ninahansad. And people were invited, and then I'm like, where was the CCSD invitation? We're the largest employer on the reservation and the school district. A lot of our funding, our financial, is tied to things like that. And we gotta be at the table and start having people acknowledge us, and if not the board, at least the superintendent. So I don't think there's a real good solution other than I guess we just look at that and just try best to. Then too, were they all athletes, basketball players that left? Because I know a lot of them, they tend to go to Farmington or Naval Prep. So I'm just wondering if it's possible we could find out why.
Can I answer that just a little bit before you go ahead? So one of the things I posed to Ms. Conley and Mr. Baden is where are the students going? So that's the first thing I asked. As far as being able to ask the actual question to them, it might be a little bit difficult. I mean, if we can try to do that, we can, if we can find families. But so she actually got right back, and with the data that we have, I can give you some numbers real quick. We have 49 going to BIE schools, 32 out of state, 65 to Farmington schools, 14 to Aztec, 2 to Bloomfield, 6 to Gallup, 13 to Navajo Prep, 7 in state, 29 unknown. So waivers and were not returned. We don't have any idea where those students are. A couple to Connections Academy and a few to homeschool, 2 to Dream Janae, 1 to Open Bible. And that doesn't include students who've transferred to our district. So as far as knowing exactly, which students are which is kind of difficult. But I did ask further. I said, well, what schools are they coming from? Which of our schools are sending the students, especially to Farmington? I kind of wanted to know Farmington more than anybody, kind of because of the whole advertising on our property to take our students away from us thing. And I did get a response on that as well. And we had 17 students from Kirtland Central High School who are now going to Farmington schools. We don't know how many, it's a great question you asked, how many are athletes? I don't know if we can get those data like that, but that's a great question. Probably some of those are athletes, some are doing it for other reasons. We did have 5 from Shiprock High School, 8 from Kirtland Middle School, 7 from Sabataf from last year, 8 from Judy Nelson, 7 from Kirtland Elementary School, and a couple from the other schools. But if you notice, there's a lot of Kirtland students going to Farmington now. And so that's something that we're going to need to combat that. And we've been talking about ways to do that. So we're going to replace that billboard with our own. So
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Sessions.
Yeah, so I guess going back to one of the comments that was made about the 6th grade moving, I would accept that that would have caused some of the enrollment to change in some of the schools. But then when you actually look at the data with some of our schools, there's some big changes. Like one of our own schools here in Shiprock, Civita, what happened there? That's almost a 40% drop. And just going back to some of the numbers that were brought up by Mr. Montoya, if you look at the budget figures or the impact, that's at least going to be a $2.5 million hit if we look at the numbers. And then what doesn't also match up as well is some of the recent test scores and data that we've had so far, the successes, is that even being messaged out there to our different communities about what our district is doing different to improve outcomes? Because from what, at least from what I've seen, and this goes back to Mr. Matoya's point, we're not really telling our story about what we're doing well, what successes we're having in our district. And I think because of that, they're shipping them off to other schools. Even like Judy Nelson had a drop of 50 kids, that's almost 11%. But then at the other end, you also have Kirtland Middle School that also had an increase of 24 kids. And they didn't drop, so that tells me that there's something positive or even something good happening at KMS where they didn't have a big drop. And also like how much of our district is shuffling from like kids from different school to different school, inter-school transfers. And I think you also might have that ability within our data system to based on like I think it's exit reports or I think the school registrars might have like what school they're transferring or moving to. That type of information we should be able to generate those reports.
Your school registrar should have all that information.
And which schools they're transferring to. That way we have a better image, which also ties in to the last information that we got, which is the panorama survey. Because that would paint a much broader picture about what's going on. But these numbers are concerning.
Comment.
Go ahead.
So, well, it's fortunate with Ms. Aspis and the superintendent to attend that Gazi Martinez community conversation. And I talked about our plight because the first roundtable I visited had to do with budgeting. And I expressed to him the concerns that we have within CCSD in comparison to Farmington and Gallup-McKinley County that surround us, and the disparity in revenue, tax revenue, funding, and how it directly impacts our student and the ability to create that opportunity. And at that table, there was a lady from Aztec who had said that their Navajo student population has gone up from 13% to 22%. And they're all Navajo. So again, what are we doing to keep them? But at the same time, as I have said, you know, our circumstances, it's not an excuse because we can't develop, we can't incorporate in respects to build businesses. They have to be businesses that are paying $20, $30 an hour to keep the families here. And even if you did develop 10 businesses within the community, we get no tax revenue from them. So again, the only thing would hopefully be able to have the jobs to keep the families here and the students here within the community, but we don't have control over that.
Go ahead.
Using old math here, looking at TBA, and so there was 148, and I guess if some of the sixth grade, if it was the sixth grade, then we would see an increase at SHS instead of a decrease of 25. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm just wondering if that's logical.
May I add to that?
Go ahead.
Keep in mind, sixth graders stayed at elementary schools in Shiprock and down south. So it looks like Shiprock lost kids, but they actually didn't, because the kids that were supposed to be coming up from sixth grade stayed down in the elementary schools.
I think it'd probably be helpful to have it down, this separated by grades, which would also include the panorama information, because you had it, I think, third through fifth, or however it was however it was categorized. It would be helpful to look at that, to distinguish which grade levels that we lost. Is it one grade level we lost a lot of students, or is it just throughout elementary school, or what are we looking at? And that could probably help us pinpoint and figure out some innovative, get some innovative ideas in retaining or bringing those students back. there any other comments?
Yes,
Go ahead.
even when you look at in Shiprock, the loss of 148 students at TBA, keeping those kids at the elementary schools, still less than 50 students that stayed. So where's the other 100? So again, we really need to look at that. So.
Is there anything further? Yes, Mr. Noble.
Check. Okay. President Haskey, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, we do have that graduate or grade level data available now if you want to look at it today.
Okay. Board members, you want to look at that? It's more broken down, the information.
Yeah.
If you could provide that, that would be great. Can you make it a little bigger? There.
Interesting.
President Haskey, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, this data is from August 4th, however, so it's just a week behind from what Amy just presented with the August 11th.
Okay, thank you.
There is a little difference because that's
Yeah,
41.
so that's a lower number than this one.
Yeah, and this is 42, 45, so there is still a difference.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
if you wish, there's someone in the audience who was raising their hand if you want to allow them.
If, Dr. BK? If you could speak in, yeah, if you could speak into the mic.
I think the reason why we're losing students from our middle school is because Quintiel just now opened them up to 6th graders all the way to 12th grade. Before it was just 10th through 12th. And I've seen most of them enroll over there. I've enrolled at some of them. So they're from like Ganache City area, Toadlina. I've enrolled at some of them already. So I think that's one of the reasons why we kind of lost some students is because of that. Quintiel opened it up to 6th graders now. 6th graders all the way to 12th grade.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. Any other comments? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think at the end of the day, if I could comment, I mean, this also shows you that when it comes to our schools and students, we have to be real competitive by offering better schools, better programs, a lot of things that should be driving a lot of improvements in our schools that give parents and students reason why they should have their kids enrolled in our schools. And just continuing losing this, I mean, it is going to be concerning, which is probably going to lead to, lead to more difficult decisions as we proceed. And I don't think these are decisions that are going to be easy moving forward. But I think it's also incumbent upon us as a district, as a board, to really tell our story about what we're doing well, our successes across the district, especially, I mean, when we looked at our last batch of data, test scores, to me, that's a huge success, but that's not being sold or messaged out there about what we're doing. And we have a lot of good things happening in CCSD, but for some reason, we're not getting that message out there. I'm not even sure if our parents, our people that live in our different communities even know what's about some of these different success stories, giving people a reason why they should keep their kids in our schools. And without that, they're just gonna, they're gonna be shipped off to other places. And we have to be competitive at the end of the day. We control what happens in our schools, in our classrooms, in our district. And I hope our district leadership, our team, can help put these pieces together and get things moving for our district. It's like, I understand like what's going on with the mines and stuff beyond, all that stuff is beyond our control. But to me, it's what do we have in our control that we can get things moving for our district. Thank you.
I have another comment.
Go ahead.
So I really agree with board members, so that we need to get that information out there, but I think it is going out there. However, we're not bringing it down to the I guess the parents level, where a lot of them are not familiar. That's why I was asking about these acronyms used. And when we were at Sycamore Park with the Yazzie Martinez, and then I went to do a report at the chapter house at Ninahansad, and I asked, there was membership there, about 30 membership, and I asked, how many of you are familiar with Yazzie Martinez? Only one person raised their hand, and that's because they were from Capacity Builders. Other than that, they had no clue. And there I am trying to use 3 minutes to hurry and describe or tell, or what Yazzie Martinez is, and I think we need to do better and bring it down to a level where it's understandable, and I think when they have that knowledge, then I think they really start coming. I mean, we know of the ladies that have been with IEC group, and they come, and they have grandkids now, and they make sure they know what questions to ask. So I think we really need to do better in relaying our messages, and then also the surveys are good and things, but again, we really need to make sure they understand. It's understandable.
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter how much we improve our schools if we don't get the information to the constituents in our district and the parents who send their kids to those schools. I think we're right. I think we are lacking in advertising, explaining what we have, what advantages we have. And I think until we get a handle on that, we're going to continue to bleed. We haven't taken advantage of the opportunity to brag about our improvements. It takes a long time if all we're doing is word of mouth. We need to do something to let the people in the community know what Kirtland Central has to offer. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly with what Board Member Wells has stated. Even like talking about one of our schools down south in Newcomb Elementary, for example. Based on the last results that we got test scores, that's students who attend that school. I mean, parents should feel incredibly proud to send their kids to a school that is offering an education almost comparable to what they would receive in Farmington area schools, despite the challenges and obstacles. But that story, I don't think is really being told. I mean, just the successes, the positive things that are happening. So I'm not even sure, like in the parent groups or gatherings, if that information is even being shared. Like how are students, especially that way, how their school is performing academically compared to other schools and other places that have a lot more resources and opportunities. I think if people start to believe in our schools like that, they'll bring the kids back.
It's true.
Yeah.
I think with like Arizona schools, they have letter grades that they usually highlight. And I think in our school district, in our state, we don't have the letter grades, but I think we really should. No, it's not really nice to brag about stuff, but I think we do have a lot to brag about in our school district, and especially the strides that we're making. It would probably be a challenge for a superintendent to put together things to, in terms of communicating the successes we had, that to highlight our successes and to our whole community. I would make that challenge to see if we can do that. Market. Go ahead.
I believe one thing that I usually brag about and tell people about is how we're doing with ICO and, you know, the equity group, even in response of the Yazzie Martinez, and that the district is the one that took itself and created that. And when it was even, well, they said you do it, but then all the other districts, most of them across New Mexico, are not even doing anything. But our school is really taking that by the lead, I think. And then on top of that, the as far as bilingual, I think we're really responding in that area, and really, you know, our parents should really know that we are doing a lot. And just the talks with the other week about lowering credentials and getting more of our elders, our grandmas and chays in there to teach bilingual. You know, to me, that sounds exciting, and hopefully they hear those responses.
It's true. Okay. If there aren't any other comments, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll move on to letter C, federal and state grant updates by Ms. Cluth Clark and Mr. Deswood.
Hello, everybody. Good evening, everybody. I'm excited to share. I know that fly is pestering us. So, next slide, please. We are going to share about all the state and federal grants that are currently under C&I. The first one in the first square is Title I for $6 million. And the little box tells what we do with it. The schools have their share of the money in their DAC, and they do what they need to do with it based on their 90-day plans and their Title I plan. The district has some money kept back that supports district-supported supplemental programs. We support one elementary and one secondary coordinator and one specialist. We have the homeless set aside. We have some pre-K set aside. We have family engagement money, foster care set aside, and we have some money for MLSS and math coaches.
You had a question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Does community schools fall under Title I?
No.
It doesn't?
We do support them, though. We give them some money.
So you do support. Is it
Yep.
out of that Title I? Is that where the money comes from?
We give them, right this year, we're giving them $25,000 towards one of their positions.
But where's that coming from? Which title?
From Title I.
Okay, that's my point of asking.
Oh, yes.
All right, thank you.
For Title II, we have $342,457. Title II is used for teacher and principal training and recruiting. And this year we have written in for professional learning for math interventions and data-driven decisions, professional learning for reading literacy and interventions. We support teacher mentorships for our new teachers to have a mentor. We also support TESOL, people getting their TESOL endorsements, computer science, structured literacy, gifted, and other hard-to-fill positions that will enhance our instruction. And then Title IV supports academic achievement. So we're supporting computer science, coding, and robotics, supplies and materials for gifted programs, social emotional learning, supplies and materials for fine arts, supplies and materials for music, and student academic competitions. Next slide.
Okay, may I?
Go ahead.
Before you go to the next slide. Sure. On that Title II, I know is there a string out of that grant for, can we go back to the first slide? That would support teacher housing?
Unfortunately, it's specifically for teacher and principal professional development.
Okay, so there's no string that would, okay. Thank you.
Always good to ask.
So we also support the New Mexico pre-K, so about 1.766 million. So currently support 9 teachers and 9 EAs, 5 4Y programs, 4 3/4Y classes, pay for all supplies, family engagement activities, also professional development. This grant is through ECECD, which stands for, I'll let Ann explain that.
It's your early childhood education.
Correct. We also, by the way, this grant, all of these grants, we wrote these grants to, and were awarded them through the Public Education Department. Ann and her team wrote the OST grant, out of school time, which increased, right. So actually Ann was saying that we had the largest amount, second largest amount in the state. So we were awarded this, well, it says on there, supports before after school, summer school enrichment and tutoring activities. We haven't heard the amount yet for the high dosage tutoring as well, which we've done that last year as well. And we have some numbers to show at the end of the presentation. Next slide.
Question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That New Mexico pre-K, that 1.7, says 4 years. Is that over 4 years? or
Divided
every
over
year?
4 years, so it's
Okay,
about
divided over 4 years.
441,000 a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
I have a question.
Yep.
In terms of the funding from the state for the CSI MRI, is that included in here?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. It's going to be on the last slide. We also have funds for, thank you, Sharon, for Carl D. Perkins at 102,680, which supports skilled trades like welding and carpentry, physical health, which is our CNA program, which last time you saw 2 of our CNA students who had gotten their license. It supports agribusiness. CTE pilot has 173,827, which supports business information management, culinary, teacher education program for students, and information technology and JROTC. Any questions about that? We also get the instructional materials money, which comes and goes as quick as we get it. We had about 840,000. This year was a science adoption year, so we adopted the science curriculum, and we were able to pay for the curriculum for 7th through 12th grade. The GO bond supports all of our libraries to get replacing books and get new books. And we have 44,812.61 cents that we divide by student per school.
Even our Title I, remember how we said that a majority of those Title I funds go to the schools? We do it by student population. So this slide, we also support,
Before you proceed, I have a question.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
On your Carl Perkins there, you talked about welding and carpentry, and you also have listed CNA. I know that sometimes the welders are hired right out of, and carpenters as well. You mentioned that CNA had gotten, 2 of them had gotten their license. Is that while they are attending school, or is that after they have graduated?
They last meeting, they were online, and I was online, and I remember I was trying to talk Navajo. But we had 4 students who went through the the Certified Nursing Assistance Program, and we paid for them, and we took them to the test in Santa Fe, and 2 of the 4 kids passed the test, and they are certified nursing, they're employed certified nursing assistants as their job while going to college.
And this was during high school.
That is correct.
Yeah, they took their classes during high school.
And we use Title IV funds to get them down there and support them.
To go take the test, yeah.
So all of their training was while they were in high school, and then.
Correct.
And then we took them to Santa Fe to take their test, and.
Yep.
Very good, thank you.
And that's advertisement, if we could get those students to work with Jared and have a video online, social media, and saying that they are now working because they took advantage of that program during high school.
That is correct.
Success breeds success.
Great idea.
So Save the Children is in the amount of $226,230. So it supports four early childhood specialists at Nosh Chitty, Ojo Amarillo, Kirtland Elementary, Mesa Elementary, and they work with families 0 to 5 years throughout our community for early learners. This next, the middle column talks about our CSI, MRI. These are for schools who were in designation. There's a total of $607,500 that is in this fund, which is $24,190. Mesa and Career Prep actually are they still have the designation, so they will receive $110,000 and $125,000. But the remaining, if you were to subtract that from the $607,500, Nijoni, TBA, KMS, and Shiprock High School, they have carryover funds, and these funds specifically have to be tied to 90-day plans. I believe in last month we updated board narrative and got it approved, and that was for Mesa and Career Prep to support their 90-day plan and their plans for this year. We also have the Attendant Success, which is House Bill 2, which in the amount of $200,000. This is to help reduce chronic absenteeism. Some good things is 24-25 average daily attendance district-wide was 89%, which we've been increasing. Chronic absenteeism has been reduced from about 35% to 25%. So schools also have to write attendance improvement plans.
And then I know Mr. So had asked, seems many moons ago now, for OST and HDT data. And I have some of it here, but some of it's in narrative style, so I just gave some of it here, but I can share some of the comments too. So for TBA, they measured their ELA through 6th through 8th grade through their IMESA, and they went up 106 points. Newcomb Middle School has, I don't know if you want me to read through all these, if you just want to look at the slides, but all increases, like great increases.
Yep.
Shiprock High School, 95% of their OST and HDT students passed all of their subjects. Kirtland Central High School for the fall, 86% passed, with 92 out of 107 completing their hours that they needed for graduation. In the spring, they had a passing rate that increased to 88%, with 67 out of 76 students recovering credits. I also have information about Career Prep. They had 116 kids that took makeup credits, recovered credits, and those recovered credits helped 30 students graduate. OHO has their information, all improving by 78, 102, 46, 78 points, all up. Kirtland Elementary has both reading and math information from both iStation reading assessments and IMESA, all improvements. Nijoni had 25% of their population participate, and they all saw growth. EBS had 62% increase in reading and 64% increase in math, an average with all of the kids that were in high dosage tutoring. Nosh Chitty did enrichment classes, and so they had all great things to say about their enrichment classes. I have other things to say if you want to listen to more.
That's good. Any comments or questions?
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
And it's in line with the community schools. At the federal level, do they still offer the full service community schools grant? or the technical assistance and capacity building grants?
I don't know.
So these are the grants that we apply through specifically through the public education department. Ms. Benali, Cheryl Benali might be able to answer that question.
Or you might want to look into those two, see if they're still offered at the federal level.
Everybody that spoke about OST, I'll just add, were the kids, of course, love all the enrichment classes. Some of they had really exciting things at TBA: diamond art, anime drawing, chess, karate, Lego, robotics, photography, sewing. Sewing is always a hit. Crochet, Navajo art, sign language. And they also had HDT classes for reading, writing, literacy, and comprehension. TBA did both before school and after school tutoring because
HDT.
they took,
HDT.
HDT, did I? High dosage tutoring, I'm
Thank you.
sorry. High dosage tutoring before and after school. And what was smart about that at their school is their bus came really early and dropped the kids off. So it was a great time. The kids were all captive. So they used that time really wisely. Nashchidi again had STEM activities, language, cultural activities. Kirtland Middle School used high dosage tutoring too. They were in favor of the 4-to-1 ratio because teachers could give more time. And the OST they felt was a bonus after, it was sort of like the reward. The kids went to their high dosage tutoring and then they got to go to the enrichment some of the time too. Newcomb High School said it helped to assist students accomplish their assignments, provided enrichment, and they had art appreciation, gardening, physical activities like rugby, which I think is kind of cool, and they were preparing for a competition. OHO had activities in the arts, visual arts, music, and drama. They had sports and recreation, team sports and physical activity. They had science, technology, engineering, and math. They had social emotional learning, and they had literacy. Shiprock High School used both out-of-school time enrichment and high-dosage tutoring, and they were very excited to be able to have smaller groups to help the kids really learn their topics instead of just putting them on the VLN makeup time and have the kids trying to figure it out themselves.
Mr. Wells?
Going back to that, Carl Perkins and what I was asking before, you said you took 4 students down there, 2 of them graduated, are certified.
Yes, 2 passed the test.
What can we do, or are we doing something for those others that did not?
So all 4 students graduated from high school this last year, so we wouldn't be able to help them further, but they have a chance to take the test in the early spring and late spring or summer, it really was. So I think we'll be encouraging them, the ones that are ready, to maybe make a trip down there twice in case they have to take it a second time.
So, may
Go
I?
ahead.
Sorry.
Hang on a minute.
Well, I'm thinking that they're tied to the program already, and
I would think so too. Is there no way that we can encourage your help or whatever to?
I can check on it for sure. I can for sure check to see.
I think if we don't, we lose an opportunity and they fall through the crack.
If they haven't already enrolled in college somewhere, like they're still in town, we could for sure reach out to them and see. All 4 of them were really motivated young women.
To me, I feel like what Mr. Wells is asking, well, my question is, have you guys asked? And
I didn't ask because they've graduated, but I can for sure ask Title I to see how we cover them if they no longer enrolled here.
because that's.
I mean, like if they just jumped in the car with some other kids going, who would know, right?
Right.
Now I'm on tape saying that out loud.
As I said but earlier, they're tied to the program already, and
Right.
And you would think that they would, want a success story, and
Miss Erica Benali took them down and they had a little study session with her the night before. It was really awesome.
Yeah.
I just would hate to see them get that far and then,
not be able to be a nursing assistant.
well, not only that, not be able to offer them some kind of encouragement to get them to continue. I have a daughter that graduated in the CNA program, and I've known others. It's very beneficial to the individual as well as the community. Having put forth that much effort, I just
That's true.
think it would be a tragedy if we had some kind of ability to push them along and didn't.
I can check on it for sure.
I have a question in regards to that. You said the test is done early spring and late spring, which is kind of in the summer. Is there a barrier or a requirement that they have to finish high school before they take the test? Is
No.
it possible for them to take the tests in early spring and then they would still be covered under the district for if they don't pass, then
Yep.
they have another
They would be ready
opportunity.
to take at the first testing cycle. Yeah, that you don't have to be graduated. You have to be graduated from high school to work, but you don't have to be graduated from high school to take the test.
Okay, yeah, maybe just making those adjustments to allow our students to have the opportunity to test twice, just in case. And just giving them those opportunities would be good. Yes,
Right.
Mr. Montoya.
I was just gonna say, even if we had some kind of community partnership with businesses, industry, that would be willing to create that opportunity for those students after. I think that would be nice to be able to do that if that was possible.
This was our first time that we've had 4 students. This is our whole first Virgin time, so it was,
Wow.
yeah.
That's great. So it really is, I think this would be a wonderful story to tell. Our first graduating group of our cohort and the success, so that's great. Any other comments or questions? Yes, go ahead.
So, and then you have that case where a lot of people don't test well.
Sure.
And I know when I went for my, MSHA certification, it was, and I had to go back for one part. It was a 5-part test, and I had to go back for one part because I was,
Right.
and so, it's those little things, and that's what I would think they would consider.
Right. And it's a big shout out to Stacy Gallagher too for making us aware that she had these 4 young ladies that needed to take the test, or we wouldn't have never known. So that's good. Working together.
It's good.
Okay,
That's it.
okay,
Anything
thank you.
else?
Thank
You're
you so
welcome.
much.
So since we are on grants and, securing money, how did we do, if any, on housing, teacher housing?
I don't know anything about housing. These are just for education.
So who would do that?
Probably Mr. Armenta. Lofting the ball your way, bro.
Or Tanya.
Or Tanya.
Okay, I thought, you're talking about grants, and I figured it was somewhere in there if you tried, or. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to D, ICO Department Report on Grants Secured and Administered and how current salaries funded by Ms. Benali.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Benali. I will be doing this board report for the Intercultural Community Outreach. President, Vice President, Secretary, board members, and Mr. Superintendent. My task was to provide an update on the positions and the allocations of how each the personnel in our department are funded with the oversight. So if you go to the next slide, in collaborating with a few of the cabinet members and coordinating this, we did create an organizational chart that shows our oversight is with Mr. Carlson. And so how the breakdown is, we have 4 coordinators, and the breakdown of the salaries will show how much by percentage on which grant will cover those salaries. And so under that, I oversee 3 positions. The ELD coach, which entirely comes from the Title III grants that that we collaborate and we write with, which I'm excited with. If you to go behind Ms. Ann Clues-Clark and Mr. Deswood, we all worked as a team to write a unified grant, and so this was a part of the grant that was all encompassed in one area here. So we were excited that we were able to actually see other departments too and how they work with their state grants and other federal grants that they receive. The next one is the bilingual coach. There was a question on a supervisor. That position was a hard to fill position, so we thought the best thing to do would be to have a coach position, instructional coach position, which has really helped our heritage programs from K through 12. The workload is a lot for these, so it'll break down the percentage on where these salaries do come from for this one. The clerical is total 100% operational. The multicultural coordinator, 100% from Impact Aid. Johnson O'Malley is also Impact Aid, 100%. I wanted to point out that these changes have these 2 positions. There was a percentage that came out of Johnson O'Malley, but I will go into that as far as like the Johnson O'Malley grant this year we received a significant decline or decrease in that amount. We also have the equity supervisor that is a totally 100% with the Indian Education Grant. Then we have the community schools coordinator is 100% operational. This coordinator oversees the social workers, and those positions are really hard to fill. We have 2 that are in queue to see if they will be onboarding. We have 2 school liaisons and parents as teachers. And from what I understand, the parents as teachers is an MOU with the Navajo Nation with the program. Then we have social safety net coordinator, 100% operational, and she oversees the cultural specialist, which is 100% operational. The next task was to identify grants. So my task was to provide updates on what was being asked of. So the next slide will show the ICO grant allocations. And keep in mind, these are the majority of the grants, but we do have additional grants that we oversee and that we have an active safety net coordinator who actively collaborates and partners with local organizations and is able to receive, obtain donations and also to look for other grants as well. And with that one, I will include that with Dr. Elfrida Harvey. So just to go over that, these are the name of the grants. And so what we did is did a comparison from the last school year for this and this school year. We have the Johnson O'Malley grant. That school year shows you about $391,538. Due to a change in the federal funding this year, we're only receiving $32,531. And these grants are student-centered. And we support the Indian Education Committee, which is the IEC. And we have we're just planning with that, with whatever we have in place to help with student-centered and also with teachers as well, with the Heritage Navajo and Navajo teachers and dual language teachers. We have Title VI. You can see that we received a decrease a little bit in the Title VI, but we support the teachers, the students, staff, and PD. And so some of these that correlate with the salaries that we do have. We have also the BME, the Bilingual Multicultural Education Program, which is a state grant that we write for every year. We write for salaries for all the teachers' positions, which includes the Heritage Navajo, dual language, and the Spanish teachers. So with that, with all 15 schools, we have these programs, a heritage program at each school. So when we do that, we have 3 models that we have is the heritage, Navajo and Spanish, and we have an enrichment model for Navajo and Spanish, and we have the dual language one-way 50-50 program at 2 different elementary schools. There we have support the teachers through salaries and also with the programming with that grant. The Indian Education Fund, we have that at $543,596. Of that, this year they changed it. They changed the allocation. It went lower, $481,298. But what I'd like to say on that one is that they set aside a certain amount with the Indian Ed grant with PED that we are able to apply for more grants. They do have a certain amount, but they're competitive grants. So when those grants come available, we see how it would fit our school district to help with our programming. But there is funding out there, but we have to apply for those ones. And those are also student-centered. We have the equity initiative under that one, and we support the teachers and the professional development. We also have the Title III grant. So with this, Mr. Deswood and Ann had talked about, and you asked questions about the CSI and MRI schools. With our Title III, that supports our English learners, our Ls in our school district. So what we were able to do is that with this, when we centered the CSI schools this last school year to help these 6 schools to get out, because some of the identifiers were how to support the English learners in a classroom. So with this Title III, we support 100% of the ELD coach. English language development is what ELD stands for. And so we help with support with the teachers. The coach helps with the support with the teachers, PDs, training at the school sites. We have a wave of the ELD coach calls it the first wave, second, and third wave during each section. So what she's doing now is going into the classrooms, or actually going to the schools, making somewhat of an appointment to see how they can talk to their staff and then get their needs identified. The second time, the second wave, she goes in and she's actually doing hands-on and with strategies and methodologies with the teachers. The third wave is where she goes through and do more of the coaching one-on-one. That's when at the end of maybe middle of quarter 3 or maybe end of quarter 2, now quarter 3, principals will ask the ELD coach to come into the classroom to help support teachers, maybe one-to-one, or do work with them through their PLC. Now I do have Dr. Alfreda Harvey, which helps with a lot of the safety net issues, concerns, helping throughout the school district. And she was able to help get a couple of grants. And one of them is our Kellogg grant, which she had really been able to help with our shortcomings of the things of what we can support with our students.
Thank you and good evening, Board President and board members, Superintendent. I did want to just highlight some of the work that we've been doing, and I've been working really closely with our community schools coordinator, Lisa Renner, on some of these things. But we were able to secure a partial, with Ann Clue Clark's support, we got $60,000 from Title I for McKinney-Vento for this year. Education for homeless children and youth subgrant was awarded for $77,845. I did write for more for this subgrant, and they weren't able to fund the whole amount, but they were able to fund the $77,000 for this year. Kellogg Foundation grant funded us for $300,000, and that was split for 2 years. So we're going into our second year. We do have carryover funds that I am using to assist the Johnson O'Malley program, the equity program, and the multicultural program with funding to help support training for teachers, and then also assist with the cultural programs that they were doing and putting out for our students because of their shortfall with Johnson O'Malley. The CYFD Family Resource Center contract, we just secured that within this last month for $2.8 million for 4 years. So that's going to fund 5 positions fully through the contract, and those positions will be housed under safety nets. So I'll have an additional 5 staff members that are going to be working with safety net.
Go ahead.
That's direct service, right, from them?
Yes.
Okay, going back to that 77,000, is that direct student?
I am requesting for a partial percentage for staff salary, and then the rest of it will be roughly 60, maybe 62,000 will go direct service to students.
Blended or braided in respects to other additional funding?
Direct, meaning it goes straight to them.
Well,
I don't.
Ms. Clark had said something about $25,000 that you would be able to get from Title I, and that's in addition to the 77,000, correct?
No, I haven't heard about the 25,000. I just
okay.
heard about it tonight.
Okay.
She said that was for community schools.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay. So that's our funding for safety net. Total, it's 3.2 million roughly that the past 2 years that safety net's brought in for support towards students and families and communities. And also want to mention under community schools, these were not shared with you on the slides, that's why I'm sharing it. So Ms. Renner was able to get 5 community school positions for $40,000 each, a total of $200,000, and adjustments had to be made with that. She was able to secure a $120,000 grant for a wellness room at the Career Prep High School, and that has already been utilized as far as the funding. And then she again assisted with the proposal writing for our CYFD contract. And then she also got a Thriving Earth Exchange grant for $5,500 to establish gardens at various schools in our district. So total, she has brought in $325,500 under community schools, and then helping with the CYFD grant too to get the $2.8 million. And we're supporting each other across the board as far as our programs, especially with JOM and the shortfall that they received this year. So I'm trying to put a lot of our funding towards what it is that they do, because we complement one another that way. And I stand for questions.
Questions or comments? Go ahead.
I also want to add with the Kellogg grant, that is where the Kellogg grant is where Elfrida, actually Dr. Harvey is really working with that shortfall that we have with Johnson O'Malley to provide these, the cultural programming, the evening workshops at the schools, and also for the community. So, you know, we are looking at ways of how that we're making things function and to continue business as before. So, you know, those types of things are what is happening within our department. We are welcome to come in mid-year to provide you further updates. So From what I understand is that this recent Family Resource Center was just recently awarded, so that we will provide details of how that onboarding and the implementation part. Right now is the planning phase, which we are all working together to ensure that we are dotting our i's and crossing our t's for this initiative, because it is a huge project, and so we are excited to take on that challenge. And I'd like to thank Ms. Lisa Renner and Dr. Harvey for going after that grant. Go ahead, Ms. Aspis.
Okay, all that you presented, both of you, those figures, and I hear the word, this is what we received, and meaning, well, it pushes me to ask this question: do you think it's enough?
No. No, we're still searching. I was gonna mention I can't say which organization, but verbally I was told that we would be getting about another 150,000, possibly 180,000-ish for this next year worth of grant. And that will be a span of 3 years. So, I mean, it would split up maybe 50 to 60,000 for 3 years each. I won't know until after next week what that's gonna look like and if it's gonna be approved. But that's something that I'm avidly working towards. And so always searching for grants, always looking for opportunities to partner with organizations who have funding and who are able to help us.
So what I'm looking at here, and I'm thinking that with all that's been said nationally about the administration, Trump administration, the cutbacks and things like that, this is what they allowed us to have now? Is that right?
So with what you see is what we've been allocated for this school year. And, you know, I believe the Navajo Nation Johnson O'Malley is working hard to help recover the funding that is still pending. But we are still planning and going as we need. Of course, you know, our priority is our high school seniors, and there's some programs that we did have to cut back on. So such as a big one is supplies and materials for students. So, you know, we were grateful that the title grants with CNI were able to find funding for those, because that was one of the components of parental costs with that program. But we also have partnering. So as you see these transitionings of the federal government, we have things like such as the next presentation that Dr. Harvey will be doing is that the organizations are pulling through to help push for some of these initiatives to happen, such as school supplies. So there are things that we promote, that we partner with. So recently, Dr. Harvey participated in the ODY back to school programming. Not only do we network with the organizations in the community, you know, that organization also provided school supplies, but we are getting our word out. So I heard a concern on how we can reach our parents and families. The connection is connecting with these local agencies and these our organizations, and maybe we need to do more to go to our chapter houses to doing that, and that's coming up with our impact aid initiative that's happening. So more that we could do on our part, and to provide more as far as like government to government that we go to either at PED or even at with Navajo Nation. Our advocacy needs to be heard as far as like how we are looking to get these mandates from Yazzie Martinez for our students, and how we are trying to impact our students and families, and how we reach out to doing that. And so weekly, we're like seeing that some of these parents and families need like homes, or they need homes, or they need food, they need clothing. And so with some of these things, we are actually being creative as how we're going to improve those and how we can reach out to those. And Dr. Harvey has established so many connections as far as like create people from other states that want to donate duffel bags that have personal goods in there, and how we are trying to get around like the cost of shipping and things like that, and to make things to help, and because these outside organizations want to help our communities. So I think that's a really big impact.
Comment.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah?
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that, Dr. Harvey. I've told you before, I appreciate what you do and what you've done in the past and continue to do, and that everything that you're doing is in support of the general programs that we have outlined through the ICO, which is wonderful. And I know I've said that phrase, we like free, and I don't say that flippantly, but really the point of that is to say that anything that we can get that serves our students in need, and you know that, we've all seen it, is greatly appreciated. And hoping and understanding that there's no programs out there with the intent to supplant what we're doing, but to work with us to help support what we're doing.
Yes.
So I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to add also that as far as your question about looking for funding, we are strategically looking for non-federal funding, or I am, because we know what's happening with federal funds right now. And it's difficult to try to find funding with that. So I'm looking at outside entities, organizations, individuals. People have wanted to donate, and I would like to come before you later on to ask about how we can set up an account, because I've had people ask how they can do monetary donations towards our food pantry or our clothing closet. We don't have anything like that set up, and I don't know where I need to start with that yet. But the other thing too is I'm looking at foundations. We have so many foundations out there that exist and that want to help us and want to help contribute to what it is that we're doing and how we can support our students. So those are just some examples of other places that I'm looking, and also that I'm speaking to 3 people right now with foundations that have shown interest and would like to contribute to what it is that we're doing for our students. So we'll see where those conversations lead us. But like I said, we're constantly looking and searching, and I'm not, grant writing is not a part of my duties, my job, and it's not in my contract, but I do it because I believe in the work that we do for our students. And you're very right, Mr. Montoya. That's something that I feel passionately about, to make sure our students are okay and our families are okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So
Yes, go ahead.
I by no means think that I'm you know, my question really is if President Trump was here, that's who I look at, what deficiencies we have. This is not enough. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. And we shouldn't have to go for other grants and things like that, especially when we're on the reservation, and, you know, Farmington and all the other places, you know, that their property tax pays for all of that, you know, for safety and, you know, all these other things. And but here we don't have that, but we have to, you know, go through grants to get that. And then as far as food pantry, I know at Ninahazad and Upper Fruitland, I often get posts where they're doing passing out food, vegetables, and I don't see that for Shiprock. And but then, you know, the people that are not living on the reservation, say at that level, President Trump, they need to know that, you know, our chapters our school is like the hub of the community. And so don't think that I'm putting it back on you, but I wanted to know, because you guys work with these and you work with that money, and I want to know, was that enough? And now we're hearing no. And it makes me angry because, you know, I'm sure there's, everyone's stretched thin, you know. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I appreciate the information that you ladies have presented to us, because I was the one that asked for it. And obviously you understand the concern, right? To Ms. Aspas's point, if you look at just the numbers that you have up there, we're at a negative of over $500,000. But again, to your point of getting the additional grants to the foundations and utilizing in support of, we can hopefully make up a lot of those services through those funding sources to be able to provide for our students. Now, having said that, just from a fiduciary standpoint of being up here and understanding that there is a shortfall, I do have some other questions. And you've kind of touched on them a little bit in respects to classroom support for the teachers and grant funding. How many teachers do we have that do the dual language, the enrichment, or heritage enrichment? How many of those teachers across the district? And then again, not just specific to Navajo, but Spanish as well. And I've also asked the question for our Filipino students. Are we getting close enough to be able to provide that service to them?
So as far as for the Filipino Heritage Program, we did have a email to PED, Language Culture Bureau, to see if we were able to support. And the question was, like they'd have to look into it. They would probably get back to us on how we could establish that. One of the questions was Mr. Venturina. He was a highlight to help us navigate a teacher to support that, but it was still in question. It's a follow-up question that I still have for PED. And so that's something, and they are coming actually. So we do have our New Mexico PED Language Culture Bureau that is going to be doing the directors meeting here at Bon Wilson on September 19th, I believe. So anyway, that question will be reiterated coming to our as they're coming to our school district. As far as the number of teachers, we have a Spanish program at each elementary school in Kirtland, middle and high school. We have a really good rate of students that do the Spanish bilingual seal. So of that, we do have the enrichment and the heritage programs for the Spanish. Now for the heritage teachers, they all vary and change, but each school district has one, and a heritage teacher and for Navajo. And so some schools have two, and some, this year we do have new principals, so they're exploring whether or not two teachers would be sufficient, or if they're just wanting to hire one. So right now we had a high number of vacancies for the heritage positions. So currently we are looking at maybe like one vacancy left, and there's several positions that are pending, and the Heritage Navajo position is a very, very hard to fill position. So we do have candidates that are in. So we do have, for example, we have Mesa, and actually Mesa has two heritage teachers. So does Eva B. Stokely, or not Eva, but Najoni has two teachers. Kirtland Elementary and Judy Nelson has two teachers, and Newcomb Elementary opted just to have one teacher. We have a teacher opening still at Noshchitty for the heritage teacher. And so it just, I believe we have about like 28 teachers for the heritage programs from kindergarten through 12th grade. Now for the dual language program, as it was mentioned, 6th grade came down to the elementary schools. So we do have the dual language at Eva B. and Newcomb Elementary. We structured it a little bit differently this year with a recommendation of Dr. Berlinda Begay, and the teacher input is that kindergarten would be a standalone class. And we will have a second, third, one teacher would be in second, third. Let's see, first and second, sorry, and then second, third, and, wait, hold on, I got this mixed up. So for kindergarten, first and second as one teacher, third and fourth would have another teacher, and then fifth and sixth. So we have 5 teachers. And then we have 5 teachers for heritage, actually the dual language Navajo. And then we have the 50-50 model. And so we have 5 teachers that do the English side. And so we have a total of 10 positions with teachers at the dual language here in Newcomb and in Eva B. Stokely.
So has the reduction in the student numbers, has that caused a reduction in the attendance of those programs?
Surprisingly, we do have, so an enrichment student means that they're not classified as an English learner. Our English learner have priority in the heritage classes. So in English, those that are not, we call them enrichment. So Mesa, we have the classes filled to what they need, but we have students and parents that want their child to be into the heritage program. And also with the enrollment is also, we're seeing an increase in calls regarding the dual language programs in the, at the elementary schools. So we are seeing a little bit of the interest of the students going into that. And what the principals have requested is to have our department create flyers for recruitment, and we encourage all the principals to recruit, the teachers to also get the word out. And if a student potentially wants to leave the program, we really have to ask the why and how we can help support the students. You know, I'm seeing that even though the student enrollment is low, I am seeing these letters because they come to me that the parents want their child to be into the heritage program.
Do you have a number of students that are actually identified with the second language in the home?
Second language as in the home. I don't have that data with me, but it's something that I can research as far as like the
I'm sure you can turn around to the data director and ask for those numbers.
I do know that, I work closely with the students that are considered English learners and that also have an IEP in place. Last school year, we had 247 students that were in that category. So with our Title III ELD coach, we did a lot to help support the teachers. With supplies and materials, which is a really strict grant. The Title III is that we have to always get a pre-approval for anything that we do purchase. So with the help and collaboration with the SPED department and Joe Balasweet and his coach there, they really helped us get those things in place and get that approved for their teachers.
That Title III is participation driven as far as funding source, right?
Right.
Okay, so the more you have that are identified, the more funding you can get, theoretically speaking.
Correct.
Okay. One last question. The social workers, how many of those social workers are master level social workers that are qualified for reimbursement?
So the social workers, that would be a Lisa Renner question, but I believe there may be like 3. I don't have that offhand, but I know that there may be 3 that come to her meetings that I see every month.
Yeah, because obviously that's important for reimbursement for the school district, for the services to help pay for that. So. All right, well, I appreciate your indulgence in the answers, and especially the fact that you guys are working diligently in respect to try to get more support for our students, so thank you.
It takes a team to do this and a whole collaboration with all the departments and a supporting superintendent. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspis.
So this is for Ann. In your slide, you had all the HDTs that were happening at Kirtland Middle School and then also OHO. And I was just wondering why OHO was not as much. And Kirtland, you know, they have a whole slew of things going on, and so.
Oh, how many, why didn't they have as many Richmond?
Yeah, and you know, and I can say for one thing, we tried we tried to get a Zumba started, and but then it turned into how do you pay for the janitor? Who's gonna lock up? Who's gonna open? And then it died. And so, to me, I think, you know, especially Ojo, I say this from experience because my family would put on a Halloween party, and we had it at the school and had everything free. And these families came, and a lot of them, we don't have money to go to town. I don't even have a car to take our kids to town to trick or treat or to Kirtland. And so they were so appreciative of, you know, just right there. So then I'm wondering, I'm sure it's still like that. And, you know, to have a lot of those, you know, those enrichment classes, if not something.
For students, we for sure can do it for
Yeah,
students.
For health or,
Yeah.
you know, or, I've seen somewhere, you know, like the sewing.
It's a hit.
And so you know, I was just wondering why Ojo was so low, and, you know, I'm saying I'm wondering, but
Right.
I think I know why, but,
So I don't know why, but I know that their big focus was on the high dosage tutoring.
Mhm.
And their OST was just a place that kids went as like the next place. They did their tutoring, they went to their next, like, center, kind of, their next activity.
And
So
then-
how they chose their activities, I could find out, but I don't know.
And then, you know, you know, there's no convenience store around there, there's no McDonald's. And, you know, so, to stay over or to, you know, it's gonna, there's none of that stuff until later, but, you know, I just wondered, you know, in a place that really needs it because of the income level or the family index level, you know.
And they get a little, I guess it would be called a snack, but it's a little bit bigger than a snack and less than a meal when they're, for after school, when they stay.
That's 2 hours, right?
Yeah,
After 2 hours.
yes.
Substance.
Substance. And Eric and I are also working with the SFE. They have new people there now, so we have to meet with them again. We're trying to see if we can get a dinner type thing instead of a snack, where they could have like a sandwich and an apple instead of like cookies and milk or something. So we're working on that too.
And even when that happened, there was like 2 teachers, and then also there were some students that were there, and it seemed like everyone had fun, probably laughing at me, but.
No.
I do have a question for those 2 ladies, kind of touched on it. Does, you guys still work in conjunction with Echo Food Bank? Do they still come by and deliver?
Yes, they're going to be starting up again.
Oh,
So they
starting up
do
again.
serve all the
Haven't they?
elementary schools and the middle schools, and we're hoping to add the high schools this year.
Yeah, because
for
I'm
the
just kind of
next-
wondering up if they're owed to what she's talking about, that any kind of relationship to be able to deliver, again,
Yeah.
foodstuffs up there to be able to serve those kids.
They do give us the breakfast bags, and then they give us like regular meal bags. And it's different. And, you know, they don't do it at the same time, but they give us some. And so it's not a regular thing with the pantry where they deliver. It's once a month.
Oh,
But
okay.
to the schools, it's, I believe, every 2 weeks. But if the schools run short, we help on our end. And then we also have Mesa Farms too, that helps to offset some of that.
One last question regarding Kellogg Foundation. Are they needing space for services, providing the services out of?
For now, I'm using my space for them, with them. So whatever they give us funding for, if they need a meeting, then we provide the space.
So that's down here in the
Yeah.
Shiprock?
Well, we're hoping that with the new resource center, we'll be able to meet them there. I was able to meet them in Farmington the other day, and they just wanted to hear some updates, and then also wanted to in person congratulate us for receiving exemplary note on the fiscal year report that I submitted. So our district was noted as having exemplary report turned in. So they wanted just to say thank you for that. But
Okay.
it was cool to hear that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. To next item, thank you. To letter E, Save the Children donation by Dr. Harvey.
Okay, so again, thank you very much, Board President, members of the board, and then Superintendent. I'm here to just present that we will be receiving 750 backpacks filled with school supplies from the Save the Children Foundation or organization, and the value is estimated to be over $10,000. So that's what I want to share, and it should be arriving any day now. So as soon as it arrives, we'd like to distribute.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, board?
Thank you.
Yes,
Yep,
thank
please
you.
thank the organization for providing that.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
Just real quick, so how is distribution of those backpacks gonna happen?
We're gonna look at how we, I should mention, I guess Mr. Carlson might mention too, that we received some school supplies from another organization, and it was under the threshold, so it was with his approval. We did pick up those school supplies, so we're gonna separate them because it all came in boxes. So as soon as we know how many we can get out of that, because they gave us some backpacks, it was $2,000 worth of school supplies from the Salvation Army out of Farmington. And so when we put those together, we'll see how many we got there, put it together with the Save the Children donation, and then we'll determine what kind of donations there are, because it might be like all elementary level focus. Salvation Army is all elementary level focused items. So we'll see what we can do with it. But we usually try to distribute by how many students are at the schools. Rachel will do a reach out to see through the counselors, maybe the nurses, teachers, or maybe the principals to see what they would recommend that we help with. We did have a few school supply distributions right at the end of summer. So one of the local churches gave out 200 bags of school supplies, and then Office of Youth with Molina Healthcare partnered together, and Molina Healthcare provided 300 school supplies backpacks. And then also in Kirtland was a neighborhood house. They also provided school supplies for the students. So we just did our part to try to let our students know and our families to come and pick up school supplies. So with their support and their help, at least we were able to get a lot of that out to our students in addition to what our own district provided. So we'll do the best we can to distribute to those in most need.
I have a question, or comment. So even the drums of summer?
Yes, I believe
CSD,
JOM
you guys-
is gonna help with some of that too.
And Superintendent, when this happens, or when this, the bags come in, can we get a thank you card where showing pictures, and send it back right away?
Absolutely. We can have Jared on that one.
Yes, some
Sure,
of them
got a
have
lot of
asked for
stuff to
that.
do
Thank
here.
you very much. They've asked for pictures if we could provide that. Is there anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
We move on to 3 reports, possible board action. A, presentation and board action on research conducted by Dr. Renner Martin, the building blocks of simple math operations.
evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to thank you all for the opportunity being here. Assistant Superintendent Deswood invited me, and he observed the training. And I would appreciate if he would step into this presentation whenever he sees fit. Is that okay, Assistant Superintendent Deswood?
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay. The whole idea, if you can please switch to the next slide. The whole idea is that math is actually tricky, and the results in the United States and also in New Mexico show that math education, is difficult. And maybe there's a different approach to teach the simple basic math operations. So I'm talking specifically about adding and subtracting, and then later on multiplication and divisions, but here focus adding and subtracting in a different way. And this different way is actually done in an example, Germany. And if you look at PISA studies, you will see that the German math education is actually quite competitive. And if one digs deep into the data, that the German math education in the gymnasium is actually competitive with Asian math educational results, which is, as you might know, actually quite surprising, because for the Asian countries, for certain reasons, are famous for producing good math test results. Now, let's look on the next slide, please. So the whole approach, what I propose to conduct research on, is to use concrete objects, in this case, Lego Duplo bricks, that the children can touch the math, and after touching and seeing the math, to write it down on a piece of paper, and actually specifically on a graph piece of paper. And the reason is that in the method demonstrated in Shiprock, the teacher has seen that on a graph paper, these numbers which the kids can touch have a specific place on a piece of paper, piggybacking on place value system, and then on a trading line to solidify this very basic number sense. All of you know that 9 + 1 is 10, and that seems to be simple. However, for young children to master that the ones can suddenly be converted into a 10, and a 1 can have very different meanings. A 1 could be literally one thing, could be 10 things in our system, or 100, or a billion. And this is very abstract. So the whole idea is here to use math to touch, to help the little children to put this math that they are touching in the correct place on a piece of paper, to build up this abstract thinking. May you switch to the next slide, please? The district indicated that 3 elementary schools are interested in pursuing a different approach. My assumption is that these schools might struggle with children learning this basic math. Now, the whole idea is to set these children up with math documentation skills, which will be scaffolded up to middle and secondary and post K-Life 2. So I have shown that this documentation method is scaffolding, and here the key is scaffolding through the math grades. And a certain technique can be used from essentially first grade word problem up to university level differential equations with substitutions, which, in example, electrical and computer engineers need to master. And please take my word for it that the differential equations with substitution methodology is quite challenging. And here the interesting part, in my opinion, is that we can set up the first graders with basic operational and problem-solving skills, and the same techniques can be used up to that kind of a high level. May you switch to the next slide, please? So here you can see these Duplo bricks, and here the simple exercise was, okay, dear first graders, let's say you need to add 7 apples to 8 apples. So the first step is, of course, saying, okay, I use a Duplo brick to say and imagine this is an apple. Now the advanced math teachers will say, oh wow, the students learn that a Duplo brick can be anything. Could be an apple, could be an elephant, could be a banana. So basically a little bit sliding in the concept of a variable, which is Algebra 1. And as you might know, Algebra 1 is a difficult class to pass for kids. And of course, here we don't introduce the concept of a variable, but this is this abstract thinking, what the kids learn. This Duplo brick can symbolize anything. So now they say, okay, I have 7 apples, they put them on the table. So they count the Duplo bricks and put them on the table, and they see 7. And now they say, I have 8 more apples. So they pick 8 other Duplo bricks out and put them also on the table. And here you can see on the left side what I mean by graph paper. So I indicated that by this grid. And here the key is, as you can see, the ones are on top of each other. And this graph paper helps the kids to keep this column straight, and that we can see that the ones need to be on top of each other and not deviating to the left or to the right. We need to be exactly in this one column, because left of that, there's the tens column, and that has a different meaning. And then you can see that in this methodology, the students shall be taught that after adding numbers at the very bottom, we include a trading line. So now, why do we use the trading line? Because now we need to add 7 and 8. But that means we need to trade ones into tens. So the kids can be instructed to say, okay, please count out 10 Duplo bricks and put them, so to speak, on the trading line. And on the bottom, you see if they play with the Legos, which is, I believe, also nice, because kids then can play with math. It's not so super boring, like typically math is boring, but they can play with the math now. So now they can stack together these 10 Duplo bricks, and they trade 10 ones into 1 10. And then we can see how many ones have I left over, 5. And how do I write now this number 1, which is symbolizing now a 10, in a different place? And here you can see it has a specific place on the trading line. And now we can literally add up and see on the bottom, I have 1 10 and 5 ones, and the result is 15. So it's a very simplistic method, but I believe very effective, because the kids can touch the math, can play a little bit math, and have a guidance where to write this number on a paper and build up this numeric sense and the space 10 system knowledge to solidify this adding operation. Now, in this professional development, I have shown the math teachers also, and the feedback was that that was quite interesting to them. As you might know, in a simplex method, for adding and subtracting polynomials to solve n variables with n equations, you need to add and subtract polynomials. And the same strategy with a grid paper, the same strategy with adding and later on subtracting, can be used also in polynomials to solve multiple equations with multiple variables. And that was quite fascinating, I believe, for the participants, that you can see, oh, if I have really proficiently taught this problems, this adding methodology, it's not only for, let's say, simple math useful, but I use exactly the same methodology to add and subtract polynomials. And thus, we prepare the kids already in first grade to hopefully understand better what we are doing later on in algebra. May you switch to the next slide, please? So this is the whole idea that we use the ISIP math iStation data to see that your students are taking these tests already. So no extra cost for a different test. We are just using the infrastructure you have already. And then we believe that the students' ability will improve if we use this system. And then, of course, the hope is that 2-3 years later, that the first and maybe second graders, if you decide so, that they participate, show better results in third grade in the first standardized test. But in the meantime, we can collect the iStation data to see, okay, if these kids are exposed to this documentation methodology and the Duplo bricks, do we increase in their mathematical ability? May you go to the next slide, please? This is the data we would like to collect. We would need the student IDs data, and there specifically the PED student IDs data that the research can be conducted for several years if approved. And then optional, if you believe that would be helpful, gender, age, direct certification status means if it's poor. I guess the slide disappeared on my screen, also on yours. I'm sorry, is the slide still visible for you or not?
No.
He's working on bringing it back up.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then, of course, the iStation results, and then some photographic evidence regarding if kids are using the Duplo bricks and using the methodology on their piece of paper, writing it down, if they're doing it, what we hope that they would be doing. And then from the teacher data, of course, the employee ID numbers, so no names and nowhere names, of course. And then a pre and post survey regarding the teacher's attitude towards mathematics and the licensure level and years of experience to see if that has a mediating or moderating effect regarding the mathematical education. May you go to the next slide, please? So what are the advantages of the system? It's inexpensive. No, it's okay, one would need to buy the Duplo bricks, but in example, the graph paper is as inexpensive or expensive as line or white paper. So, and then the methodology, I believe, can be taught in 3 to maximum 4 hours of a one-day professional development to the teachers who are interested to do this. There is no computer screen time and nothing of that involved in this, so no extra cost. It's literally just, providing the bricks and the graph paper to the kids and the knowledge how to use it. And of course, none of your curriculum is impacted. It's completely curriculum independent because it's exclusively about how to document math on a piece of paper. That's it. So it's, of course, curriculum independent. And in case it would be successful, we believe it's rather simple to scale it up. And the last pitch is, do you have any questions?
Any questions or comments?
Questions, comments, both. So Doctor, I appreciate what you've presented to us. It's been my contention for the past 6 years that the foundational math is not, whether it's being taught, I'm not saying it hasn't been, but certainly if you look at our scores, there's a disconnect somewhere to show that the connection is not being made from first grade, second grade, third grade, even fourth, and dare I say even into fifth grade, because teachers are constantly seeing that a lot of these students don't have that foundational math, numeracy, to really progress and succeed when it comes to mathematics throughout their education. And from what I interpret, you're looking at and using those Lego boxes, tangible manipulatives, correct?
Yes, I mean, that's the center stone, and it's following background. When my daughter went to a New Mexico elementary school, the teacher asked her, look, Elena, you're doing this adding and subtracting stuff totally different when I'm teaching that. Why do you do it differently? And she told her teacher, because my dad forbid me to use the American method you teach me. I have to use the German method. And then the teacher invited me and said, can you show me what you're doing? And I showed her what I'm doing, and I used the Duplo bricks. And the outcome was that she said, okay, you know what? I want you to teach this with me here in my classroom in the second grade. And the end of the story was, and she was a level 3 teacher, and it's now a long time ago. It's almost 13, 14 years ago. But the outcome was that the teacher told me, you know what, Rainer, this is the first time after teaching 15 years that every single student in my classroom, so the special needs kids, of course the precision kids are not a problem, but also the special needs kid, every single one was able to add and subtract after the second grade. So from her point of view, 100% success rate of mastering adding and subtracting. Yeah, and that's the reason why I never let go of this topic. So as you know, I do have a job, and it's not researching. This is just my fascination about math and my passion about math, and my hope that little kids can learn math better and have as much fun with mathematics as I have.
Well, I appreciate that, and the superintendent and I have had several conversations about that, about these kids being able to grasp the introduction of the math earlier in their education, and again, how there's a continued disconnect. One of the things that I read into that research in Nature that you had the link to, and the commonality or the disconnect also between the markets and those that are in the school, kids that learned it working in the marketplace, and then those working in the classroom. And again, even that disconnect. But I do have a short story to talk about a young Navajo boy whose his first language was Navajo. When he went into the educational system, that's all he was speaking. And he had a translator with him. And when I talked about tangible manipulatives, the translator would speak to him in Navajo and utilize the resources around him, how he was raised using sheep to learn numeracy, and the cattle, the animals. And again, making that connection, not just humanistically, but culturally to them. Also the use, especially with a lot of these Navajo kids, and they're tied to their culture, weaving and algorithms, and how those are utilized. But dare I say, how many people in the classroom make that connection to try to do that culturally with them and for them, so they can grasp it more reasonably speaking, to be able to tie it to who they are as human beings. So I certainly think that what you've expressed to us, certainly doable. And again, I wish that more and more teachers would truly make those efforts and attempts to teach these kids that, so we can have a higher rate of success in these lower grades, so children won't be afraid of numbers and mathematics. So I appreciate what you're doing and what you presented to us, but certainly again, from where we are trying to make that cultural connection for a lot of these kids with their surrounding environment and what they have that's presented to them again, whether it's artistically or however it may be done through the use of the sheep and the cattle and those things that they see and live around every single day. So thank you.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I concur with what you presented here. But there's a retired school teacher in this room right now who used this concept years ago. Being a carpenter, I cut and painted blocks so that she could. And she took measuring spoons and measuring cups to school to teach the kids fractions. Hands-on is the best way for them to learn. I wonder why we need a special program for that. That's my concern, because I know dadgum well that's gonna, as inexpensive as you present here, I know it's gonna cost the school district money if we incorporate it. And personally, I think if the teacher is really interested in teaching math, this is a good way to do it, but I don't know that we need a special program for it.
Go ahead.
Listening to the presentation, it lost me. And looking around the room, I'm sure it did the same for our audience. So I can almost imagine what it would be like in a classroom setting. And I love math. But I'm not a teacher for it, and my daughter can attest to that. And I'm always when I see on social media the shortcuts, and I keep thinking, how come we're not being taught in this method? Or so, as you put it, the Asian math, and then you also have spatial thinking, meaning to actually touch objects. But then I Googled Asian math, and one of their criteria in using their math methods is mental thinking, mental math. And so to me that's kind of conflicting, but yeah, I was just wondering how did this presentation come about, and but I've known that culturally, traditionally, there was a scientist, Begay, in Los Alamos. He since passed on, but he attributes his success to his grandma's weaving, in order to grasp the concept of math, and I think I don't know, to me, I just didn't find it enticing enough to. How was this brought forward?
So,
go ahead.
So Mr. Satania had been working with Dr. Martins, and Dr. Martins offered to work with our teachers. So one of the things we did is, instead of just saying, okay, here's what we're gonna do, I asked a couple of principals if they'd be interested in this presentation to learn a different way of, I guess, learning math. And Chitty, Newcomb Elementary School, and Mesa, all principals volunteered. They brought one teacher each to Mesa just to see what's going on, possibly pilot it to see, like you said, if it shows that students' outcomes in math increases, then maybe we duplicate it in other schools, right? So I think that's what he's seeking approval to conduct, a study, because he wants to collect information from the teacher and then, of course, data on growth. It's looking at a way to, like Mr. Montoya said, like, whenever you see shortcuts to doing math, right? That's having an understanding of numeracy, number sense, being able to understand how grouping works. So if you look at it, he also uses graph paper to add, subtract, and then of course, if it's proves to be successful, of course, opportunity to take it to middle and high school, because like he said, all the way up through differential equations. But it's really focused on grouping and place value, right? Like it's kind of hard to show what he's talking about on there because, it's grouping and stacking those blocks, those Legos, so that a student can see base 10, which is a hard concept for your kinder through second graders. So that's kind of what he's wanting to do.
Well, I think what really, because I try to teach my daughter, and she hated me for that. But where she grasped it, fractions and things like that, was cooking. So, and that's one of the things that has left our schools, is home ec. And then now we're bringing back woodworking, carpentry, and actually using a tape measure. And so I don't have any more comments.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the results and outcomes.
Right, that's all we're asking for. Let's see if it works. If it works, we can see if we can duplicate it. If not, at least we tried something. I mean, if you look at 90-day plans and how we do it, it's a lot of trial and error. If it works, keep it. If it doesn't, let's try something else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martin.
So,
All right.
I wanted to thank everybody for the opportunity, and I wish everybody a good evening.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Okay.
So question.
Go ahead.
It says possible board action, so I have to take that we're going to make a motion or second to either accept or reject at this time? Is that correct?
Yeah.
The way it's written?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Montoya, voting?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis?
No.
Mr. So?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
I'm gonna vote no on this one.
I vote yes. So 3-2. I was gonna say Sharon. Sharon, did you get that? All right, we could. Moving on to B, unique trip requests, Equity Council, 2026 Unity Mid-Year Conference, Phoenix, Arizona, January 16th through the 19th, 2026, by Mr. Russell.
Te kaigi ke la o tanigi do kaigi tuna street on Finnegan Kinantani. I just want to say thank you. Good evening to our school board members, President Mrs. Askey, and then Vice President Mr. Wells, and Secretary Mr. Matthew So, and our two board members, Mr. Montoya and Ms. Aspis, and then Superintendent Mr. Carlson. I just want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my report on the Equity Council student field trip, which is the unique field trip that we'll be taking to the mid-year Unity Conference in Phoenix, Arizona on January 16th through the 19th in the year 2026. So just building on our past experience and working with our finance department's new initiatives, it's taught us to the value of planning ahead. And then, so our intention to submitting this trip requests early is to proactively streamline all arrangements, which include traveling, lodging, meals, and registration. And of course, to get the early bird rates on our student registration. So this will also ensure a smoother process for our financial paperwork and overall planning for this trip and the organization as well too. And so with that said, we have the pre-approval form here in front of us, which I submitted on the 5th of this month. And so this is to the 2026 Unity Mid-Year Conference in Phoenix. We'll be departing on the date of January 16th, 2026, and then returning on January 19th, 2026, which is going to be 3 nights and 4 days. And so the purpose of this trip is to empower Native youth through Equity and Unity Youth Council. And how this trip is going to benefit our students is our youth council with cultural experience and help developing language acquisition, cultural identity, and leadership skills through the Unity curriculum. So we plan to take 28 students with 4 chaperones, 2 male, 2 females, with a ratio of 7 students per chaperone. So the total cost of this trip will be $39,111. And we'll be utilizing a bus to travel down to Phoenix. And so the total cost per student is $1,185.18 per student. And as you heard earlier in the board meeting tonight, the Equity Council is totally funded by the Indian Education Grant, which is student focused and student centered. And so just to justify the support is to increase access to these opportunities, which will promote the development of Native American students' identity by supporting their connection to culture, identity, and language. And then just note that this is not just for Native American students, but if there's interested students who meet the qualifications to go on an Equity Council trip, they can too. So in the past, we have taken non-Navajo students, non-Native American students to these conferences. And so going on to the next page is just a breakdown of our itinerary form. So it just pretty much breaks down when we're going to be leaving, what we'll be doing, and then our return back. And then if you go on to the next few pages, you'll see the list of students who will be selected to participate in this this unique field trip. And we plan to take 4 students from each secondary schools, which will be students grades from 7th through 12th grade. And then we plan to have from each secondary school 2 males and 2 females representing each school. And so including the bus driver and the chaperones, we're planning to take 33 travelers with us to Phoenix. for this mid-year conference. And at this point, I stand for questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? Go ahead.
I wish you had been in attendance to the Sycamore event, which was the Yazi Martinez. And I saw Miss Benali there and several other administrators, but especially with you running the show for the Equity Council. But that's when we were in different stations, as we talked about, you know, the Yazi Martinez. I, you know, again, bragged about our district and what it's doing. And I'm really glad you saved this, because when you said it's non-native also, and that's what, that was the emphasis also with explaining Yazi Martinez, that it's not another Indian club, it's not another Native club, and it's not another Hispanic club, but it's for those students that fit the definition of whether English language learners or students that are in the poverty level, and also the at-risk students and special needs and disabilities. So with this, I'm really glad you said that, because it puts me at ease to know that we are complying, and then it would have been a great opportunity, because Farmington school board members were there, and also I think perhaps maybe even Aztec or Bloomfield, but I did see Farmington, and to me, I think it would have been a great opportunity for you to share what our students are doing. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, board?
Thank you, Ms. Aspas, for that comment. Just from experience with New Mexico PED 2, they kind of give us these meetings like at a really late notice. And so we had also made prior arrangements to participate in a professional development training as well too. And it was on the same time as that meeting that was taking place with the Yazi Martinez.
You have a comment? Okay.
If there's nothing further, I'd like to make a motion to accept.
I'll second that.
Okay, Mr. Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. So?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Oh, yes, and I'm sorry. Oh, thank you.
And we will move on to the next to number 4, executive session. A, convene an executive session discussion on limited personnel matters regarding 1, appeal to board of termination, and 2, appeal to board of grievance in closed session as requested by the respective employees as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meeting Act. Do I have a motion?
Before
move.
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead, and he's got the motion. I just wanted to make a comment, and I really truly would be remiss if I didn't mention this. I don't know how many people realize that today was designated National Code Talker Day, and that was done in 1982 by President Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of people that don't understand that and know that and realize that. So with that, I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you for that acknowledgement. Thank you.
And my second to the
To
motion.
Mr. Wells' motion, right, Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Okay, so, voting, Mr. Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Mr. So?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
Yes?
And I vote yes. B, reconvene in open session. The board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified. Motion for the board not to hear the grievance. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Mr. Montoya, how do you vote? Do I,
To accept the
to
motion,
accept
yes.
the motion?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Aspis, how do you vote?
Say that again? How-
To the motion to not hear the grievance.
Yes.
Accept or reject?
Accept.
Mr. So, how do you vote?
I'm gonna have to oppose. Thank you.
Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
I accept.
And I accept. Now, do I go back into executive session? Okay. A, convene an executive session discussion on limited personnel matters regarding appeal to the Board of Termination as requested by the respective employee as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Opens Meetings Act. Do I have a motion to return to executive session?
I so move.
Just as a point of clarity, Ms. Chappelle, do we have to take the vote to reconvene into executive session? Okay, seconded.
Mr. Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis, how do you vote? To reconvene in an
Okay,
executive session.
Yes.
Mr. So, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We are reconvening in executive session. B, reconvene in open session stated that the board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Convene in executive session discussion on limited personnel matters regarding one appeal of the board of termination two appeal of board of grievance in closed session as requested by the respective employee as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Opens Meeting Act. Do I have a motion to reconvene in open session?
I so move.
Second.
Board Member Montoya, how do you
Yes.
vote? Board Member Aspas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member So, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Request a motion to uphold the termination discussed in executive session. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspas, how do you vote?
No.
Board Member So, how do you vote?
I'm gonna have to vote. I'm gonna vote no.
Board Member Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. After, on this vote, on the motion, I will, the written decision will be provided within 5 business days. Return to the agenda. 5, possible board actions on items discussed during executive session. A, possible board actions on items discussed in executive session, and that's to have the written, the written decision will be provided within 5 business days. 6, discussion, A, items for the regular school board meeting. Does anyone have anything to?
Yes, I do. A request to have a report discussion on the career technical trades, Bond, Wilson, and the other locations, the other high schools.
Anything else?
I think on that, we had a discussion or presentation about the housing rental fees, and I would like to see documentation on what has been done. I asked, if this is just a reminder, I asked that, and I'm really counting on the board to support this, because to me, I feel like that was the attractive or one of the benefits of working with our district was, to have that type of housing. And then when you look at Gallup, where they don't charge, and if that's possible there, I mean, I think there's means to do that, and it's just gonna take some people to have to do some work. And so I'm really counting on the board's support on that, because with, all the costs of even everyday life, from car payments, housing to medical, some of us are able to visit IHS for free. But we have foreign teachers and non-native that don't have that. And it seems like we're just taking back, those raises that they were given, and some, I just really, if anything, at least have documentation to say that we're trying or we've tried. And, because I think that's a breach on our part. Thank you.
And if I could get, I would like an update on where we're at, or in terms of timeline for the strategic plan. Anything else, board? No?
Maybe just like updated enrollment boards. I'm not sure if we should do it like during the meeting, but maybe offline, just whenever we get updated numbers, maybe even like a bi-weekly basis or something like that. That way, at least it gives us like a snapshot about where things are in the district. It doesn't have to be like out in the open, but even like an offline report. Yeah, email.
Mm-hmm. And then also, I would like a report on the vacancies. In terms of the vacancies. What that looks like, and if there were new FTEs created for what department and what function, so. That's it.
Yeah, I think along the lines of what's being asked on personnel, maybe, how do I clarify this report? Now that we've started school, how many of our classrooms, our staff with licensed teachers that are full-time versus like part-time or substitute teachers? And probably the breakdown by schools. Because I mean, if we start the school and we're saying that we're fully staffed, is that an accurate picture or reflection? Because I think one of the concerns of parents is that they want to have like a licensed teacher that is there, and that's also our obligation as a district to make sure that that's happening. And if we have a long-term situation or unfilled positions for classrooms, that then we need to kind of know, and of course what the district's plan is to get our schools fully staffed, at least on the teacher part. Thank you.
There aren't any more than letter B, possible 2026 NMSBA legislative resolutions. Okay, we'll, if we can, if the board is okay with it, we can move this to the next, to the regular school board meeting. A letter B. Are you all okay with it?
Move
Okay.
what?
I move that
letter B.
we table that until the next meeting.
Okay. Do we have to vote on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it was, Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
how do you vote? Board Member Aspas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member So, how do you vote? To table it.
I oppose, no.
You only got
Well,
2 minutes, man.
Hurry.
This is just like a simple request, I guess, yes.
Okay. Board Member Wells?
Yes.
And I vote yes, okay. So 7, adjourn, a motion to adjourn the work session.
Motion.
Second? Do I have a
Second.
Okay. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member Aspas?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes. Oh.
Board Member Wells? To adjourn.
Oh. Absolutely.
And I vote to adjourn. Thank you.